What's up, good people? We are in the building. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you, even though us black folks don't celebrate that kind of stuff. We know that. We know we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but happy Thanksgiving. And dotting I's and crossing T's, but either way it go, let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, good people? Happy Thanksgiving, like I said in the pre-ramble, even though I don't think black people celebrate Thanksgiving. I really don't think anybody celebrates Thanksgiving. It's just a time for people to just not have to go to work, but a man, and be home and have some food with your family and get fat and drink and be merry. That's all it really is. Holidays don't really mean nothing. What do we do on the 4th of July? Eat hot dogs and get drunk? Like, are we celebrating the independence when the early settlers fought back the whoever? Y'all paid attention in history class. You know the stuff. Anyway, we not celebrating that. We're not celebrating some little war that took place. I shouldn't say some little war because it was important. It was important. But as time goes by, eventually all that happens is it just turns into just a glutton, eat till you pass out, drink till you pass out day. That's it. That's all it turns into. That's what it happens. That's what happens. Christmas is just consumerism and eating and drinking till you pass out. Thanksgiving is just eating and drinking till you pass out while watching a football game. That's all the stuff. That's all it became. That's all. I mean, that's all it became. Happy Thanksgiving be our. Let me trigger everyone. Hose is winning. I've gotten to the point where I don't even know why people are triggered on that one. I I don't even get it no more. You know. somewhere in the midst of it, a fair discussion could be had about the state of hoes winning or not winning. But it just got out of hand. It didn't got out of hand where I'm not participating no more. It didn't got out of hand. Yeah. This is why I think people got triggered, because it was front loaded with the premise that everybody is trying to save hoes, and then don't save them because they're winning. They don't need your help. Instead of arguing that, no, we're not trying to save them, everybody tried to argue whether or not they're not winning. It just turned into a weird, I don't even understand it. I don't even understand it. I said that on my last show, and I'm still there. I don't even understand all of this back and forth. So no, you won't trigger me with that. And I will not have any more triggered panel. Well, I didn't really have triggered panels on it. I didn't really cover it. You see, I do 3-hour live streams. And in the midst of a 3-hour live stream, and shout out to you. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Appreciate people coming through supporting the stream. Y'all supported the stream hard and heavy yesterday. And I greatly appreciated that. We had a great show yesterday. The numbers, after they took a little dip for a second, but then the numbers came back strong. We had almost 500 people in there, and y'all came through hard and heavy for a brother, and I do appreciate each and every one of you. So shout out to you for dropping that first super. And shout out my man with the ace and spades. Ace and spades got to draw another one. Shout out to you. Y'all coming through early, and I appreciate y'all. Y'all have no idea how much y'all warm my heart. He says, let's look at this. Okay, so y'all want a little more discussion on that whole Fresh Prince CEO thing. Apparently, Fresh CEO was trolling everybody because he got hurt, so he realizes she's for the streets. Watched post show with DJ Academics. I didn't see a post show. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. Was it on DJ Academics channel? I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't know where that could be found. But I didn't see a post show. I just didn't. I did see the narrative put out there. I didn't watch the whole video. But Donovan Sharp, who, some people don't like. I don't know. He might be one of those love him or hate him type of guys. But I think it was petty as hell. I ain't even got to get into that whole why him and Obsidians fell out. That was goofy, and that was petty on his part. But other than that, Donovan Sharp is pretty damn talented and good at what he do. I like Donovan Sharp, but Donovan Sharp was the one I saw floating out when I say I like him as a content creator. I don't even know if Donovan Sharp knows that I exist. I've never had any interaction with him whatsoever. I'm just saying, as a content creator, I like what he do. That's what I mean by when I say I like him. I heard him floating out the narrative that Fresh was just trolling us. You watched that video uninterrupted. Nah, that wasn't a troll. He ain't that good of an actor. Shout out to Madman who said that Fresh is trying to act like a cool black dude. I said he's a terrible actor. If Fresh is trying to act cool, Fresh is a terrible actor. So you can't be a terrible actor at trying to look like a cool, big balling CEO, like you're trying to look like that dude. He kind of sucks at exuding that I'm that dude energy. He's not good at that. What he's built is amazing, but he's not good at just carrying that persona, So I have a hard time believing that he was also a good enough actor to troll everybody that hard. You don't go from having a consistent track record as a bad actor. I don't mean bad actor in that you're doing something negative. I mean, you're just not a good actor. You suck at acting. I don't think you can go from there to all of a sudden being a tremendous actor, pretending like you actually believe that this woman is in it for you and loves you for you because you're an awesome guy. I don't think he could pull that off. I don't think he got it in him. Shout out to JC in the building. He says, God bless the manosphere. Yes. God bless the manosphere. And I'm, I love the manosphere. I love what exists here. Through all its nonsense and infighting, and it's hard to even say who's in the manosphere, who's out the manosphere. I said before, like 60% of the manosphere is in open rebellion against the manosphere. I still love this, whatever the hell it is. I love it. But so yes, God bless the manosphere. And shout out to you. Thank you for the $20.
I want 150,000. So we can start out of court right now for $20.
Man, get your
Kenneth Williams in the building. Came through hard and heavy with the $5. Shout out to everybody else. The long lost Jessica X is back from I ain't seen Jessica X in a while. Happy Thanksgiving. You Brits don't celebrate Happy Thanksgiving. Stop trying to fit in. Y'all don't celebrate Thanksgiving. What do y'all do? What do y'all celebrate over there? Happy tea and crumpets. What do y'all celebrate? Yeah. Talking about some Happy Thanksgiving with a turkey. That's our stuff. That's our thing. Yeah. I don't know. We have our own little holidays. We got 4th of July. We got Thanksgiving. I don't know do other countries have their own little holidays? She said Happy National Crumpets Day. Happy fish and chips day. Falcon Black, you over there, I think. If it's Falcon Black, I think he's one of them brothers that's over across the Atlantic Ocean. I think what holidays y'all got over there? Y'all gotta have your own holidays that only y'all do. I know y'all don't have Thanksgiving. Y'all don't have Thanksgiving. Y'all don't have 4th of July. Y'all have Christmas is global. I do know Christmas is a global event. I do know that. Halloween might be global. Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Juneteenth, which is nationally recognized now, Juneteenth. Shout out to Kenneth Williams with the super sticker. Juneteenth is ours. What else we got? What else is ours? Juneteenth don't count. But Juneteenth, nobody celebrates Juneteenth. But Juneteenth, 4th of July, Thanksgiving. What else do we celebrate that only we celebrate, that nobody else does? Halloween and Christmas are universal. Memorial Day. We celebrate Cinco de Mayo, but that ain't even ours. But like I said, it's all about getting damn it. It's all about getting wasted. That's all it is. Hold up, technical issues. It's all about getting wasted. That's why I said if we celebrated Juneteenth with like beer, like they do Cinco de Mayo, celebrate Juneteenth with beer tents and barbecue, like they do every other holiday. People will celebrate Juneteenth. It's in the summer, right? Yeah, like we need to make Juneteenth something. We need to make something out of that. We need to do something with that. Yeah. But I don't buy the notion. In the narrative that they floated out there that Fresh was just trolling us. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all, not even almost. I think that he was telling the truth, and it is what it is. He was telling the truth, and it is what it is. This is one thing and I had to do this the last time. I feel like I always have to try to at least yeah, you see, you with me. Saladin El Rahim said beer tents and barbecue. We need that ASAP. Yes. That's how that's how that's how we should celebrate Juneteenth. Just and let a few dashiki niggas show up and and say a few words, but truthfully we just there to drink and eat barbecue. Done. We have a holiday that everybody can that we can happily participate in. Got a holiday that we can happily participate in, and that will be that. That will be that. But damn, what was I about to say? One thing that I don't want to happen whenever Fresh and Fit get under fire, okay? Whenever Fresh and Fit get under fire, the people that just hate the manosphere will start hopping on manosphere panels and be like, yeah, because those guys, and the stuff that they saying, they really saying it about everybody. But they're just using Fresh and Fit as just the crash test dummies that they're going to say what they really want to say about all of us. They really hate the sphere. They hate men talking and saying, speaking to reality as we see it. They hate that men are doing that. And then so when they find one person, even as you say, they in the group, out the group, whatever, they say a lot of the same stuff, a lot of the same things that we say. They find somebody who, who's fighting that good fight, I will call it. They find somebody who's fighting that good fight, and then they try to, when this person is down, I'm about to pile on and kick them, and I'm going to use manosphere platforms to do it. I saw that. I saw a dude who literally said, yeah, I'm going to be the next Taz. Some dude literally said that. But he also was able, when Fresh and Fit was down and out the last time, this guy was able to hop on manosphere panels doing a manosphere beat up on Fresh and Fit tour. I was like, no, we're not going to allow that. People in camp who care about this space can criticize it. I think we got to be careful about not letting outsiders start feeling themselves and just come in and start just trying to kick dirt on somebody because they slipped up, because they messed up, or because they have a repeated. We're not gonna lock arms, join hands with our detractors to beat up on somebody else who's truly, in terms of rhetoric and ideology, are on our side. They just not moving right in some areas, So we got to be careful with that. Got to be careful with that. Let's see. K. Dot says, Bernard Riley, do you think Fresh and Fit can redeem themselves? Yes. They already did. Yes. They already did. And what I mean by that is that they are, or I should say, they went live last night. And guess what? They didn't miss a beat. They didn't miss a beat. Like, make no mistake, they are already redeemed. They are not going down in smoke over this. They didn't go down in smoke over the last stuff. They're not going down in smoke over this. So yeah, they already redeemed. It's just they'll just be more criticized going forward. They just put it like that. They'll be more criticized, but it's hard to turn that train off when you're that heavy and that deep in the algorithm and your channel is growing like that. When your channel is growing like that. No, to that. Have you heard of the Rich Bleezy? No. When your channel is growing like that, it's no turning off that faucet. It's no turning off that faucet. You got to think, they get new subscribers every day. They dropped all the way down to 375,000 subs. They're already at 480,000, which means in the last 2 months since the controversy, they gained 100,000 subs. That is 100,000 new listeners. So maybe it will get to a point where a lot of the new people that's finding their content, maybe it will get to the point to where the new people that's finding their content may potentially find all the criticism and be like, no, these guys are goofy. They're some clowns. I enjoy the show. It's entertaining, but there's some clowns. I'm not going to deal with them. I'm not going to pay it no mind. That's possible. It's a possibility that may happen. But by and large, I don't think so. I think they run a good enough show, tight enough show to where they will rise. So no, they're not going to fall off. It's just people in the know, in the sphere, and just the red pill know. They just know that they gotta look at Fresh and understand what it is. A lot of people still criticize Myron. I don't. He was moving goofy, but it's what it is. People on my panel yesterday broke out the pitchforks, and I wouldn't cool with that. I had to call a KD in the building. Shout out to KD. Appreciate the $10 super chat. I had to call a stop for that. That we're not breaking out the pitchforks over here. We're not breaking out the pitchforks. We can give objective analysis of what happened. We ain't breaking out the pitchforks. I don't do that. Ace and Spades, off topic. No, there is no topic today. The topic is pretty free flowing. I remember yesterday Obsidian said he wanted to sit in with me. We didn't plan a show or talk about a show or no topic or nothing. But Obsidian, if you're listening, the link is right there. I know you said you weren't going live. You were not going live tonight, but you said you wanted to come on here. And so there's the link right there, but there is no topic. We just kicking it. It's Thanksgiving, we about to lay down, lounge, eat, and watch some football and fall asleep. And that's how people celebrate Thanksgiving. Nobody give a damn about Pilgrims and Indians or whatever. But anyway, Ace and Spades in the building. Off topic, he said. I just learned what a salt daddy is. I just learned that the term salt daddy exists too. About to Google salt daddy. We're about to Google salt daddy. Okay. Salt daddy. A man who fakes being rich or generous to get attractive young women to meet him, often for sex. Sugar daddy is a rich older man who buys gifts for young women in return for her company, sexual favors, or relationship. Shout out to the salt daddies, the finessers, the get the bag in reverse niggas. They are doing it. That is a proper counter to the get the bag women. Yes. The finesse a dude women. That is how you properly counter it. You be a salt daddy. I'm with it. Nerdine in the building says, happy Thanksgiving, Bernard. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving. And where we at though with the last?
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Shout out to Freedman's Journal in the building. No, Salt Daddy's out. That was a new one on me, but I'm with it. Kill Deuce in the building says, how are you liking the NBA season? Warriors. I always knew the Warriors. I thought they would have to have Clay healthy in order to play this good, but I always knew they still had it. I knew Wiggins was solid. I know I forgot the name of the young center that they got, and he missed a few games. I haven't watched that many of their games, but I knew they was gonna be solid. I just didn't know they would be this solid this early without Clay. But if they got that nucleus still intact of Steph, Clay, Draymond, and then you throw in Andrew Wiggins, and if some young players bouncing around, they got young players who can hit some shots. They got the same formula that they won that first championship with, and that they went 73-9 with. And they did that without KD. and they got Andrew Wiggins, who is an extremely poor man's KD, coming in there, who's playing essentially that KD, role, well, saying the same position. He's occupying the same space on the court, but isn't nearly as talented, but is really good. When you throw Clay in with that, they ready to make a run. I'm glad the Lakers pulled it off last night. LeBron looked real good. I'm with the Lakers. This is my thing on the Warriors. And I like Steph. He's all-time great at this point. I used to didn't care for him because I'm old school. I don't think point guards should be dribbling down the court, pulling up off their own dribble, but Steph proved me wrong. You can play basketball like that nowadays. These players can shoot that good to where point guards can now come down and just pull up a three off their own dribble. I used to despise that, but I've been converted over to that style of play. Here's the thing with Steph, and I'm not going to talk about basketball too long. Because when I start talking about basketball for too long, people start leaving. When I watch Steph play, put it like this: when I don't watch Steph play, okay, when I don't watch Steph Curry play, he will make 9 out of 13 threes. He'll make 11 out of 16 threes. Have a great game, shoot the lights out. Okay. Then when I finally sit down, pop some popcorn, get ready to watch Steph Curry play, dude will go like 1 for 13. It's like I never catch his good games. It's crazy how that happened. If I don't watch him play, he go 11 for 14 from the 3-point line. I watch him play, he go 1 for 14 from the 3-point line. It happens every time. So I barely get to see him have his great games. I used to catch a lot of them, but I don't so much no more. I don't so much no more. Every time I watch him play, he never had one of his good ones. Never have one of his good ones. But shout out to Theo in the building. Says, happy Thanksgiving. Fresh and fit forever. Right on. I mean, yeah. Like I said, I didn't come with a spirit of hate. I think it was a spirit of hate in the air yesterday. I'll go and say that. It was a serious spirit, and it'd be a lot of hating in the sphere. It just is what it is. I don't got that spirit of hate. I'm not rooting against the guys. All right. But if they do some goofy stuff like that, I will cover it and I will be objective. But shout out to Fresh and Fit. Shout out to Fresh and Fit. Is what it is. Is what it is. I don't got the hater spirit. I just don't. Oh, man. Did you still want to come up? Oh, man. You mentioned coming up, sitting in with me today. There it is right there. And while we await to see if you'll be coming up, I'll chop it up real quick with Nuruddin in the building. Shout out to Nuruddin. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. What's up?
What's going on? Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
So it's just talk shop on Thanksgiving, like how we always do.
Wait, hold on. This isn't your. I know your favorite. Your favorite holiday is Halloween.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
I could tell because every one of your pictures is yes. Okay, I can't tell right there. But
that's the Halloween parade.
Okay.
I went.
Yeah, every one of your pictures is you got a Halloween costume, and I went to your Instagram, and every picture was from Halloween. Like you really love Halloween.
You know why? Because it's the type of holiday where you could rock out and be weird.
Ah,
that's the reason why. And the females, I want to show you. Hold on a second. Let me go to this. Let me change my avatar real quick. This one, she had a cool outfit. She was an angel. Her wings actually worked.
You mean she could fly?
No. It's a replica. Oh man, that'd be crazy. But yeah, I had a good time. I had a good time on Halloween. With the ladies. And for those that say I don't take pictures with black women, ladies, here you go. There you go.
You look like y'all about to kiss.
Yeah, we were just having a good time.
You went in for that kiss, Nuruddin?
I wanted to,
okay.
But don't worry. Next year it'll happen. I mean, it's fun. It's fun losing control on Halloween.
You said next year it'll happen. You get a kiss from a girl on Halloween next year.
No, no, I'm just talking
I'm just
about my pictures will be a lot more. I have a lot more pictures next year.
Okay,
This year because I had to go to work after Halloween, after the Halloween parade. So
yeah, cool. You're gonna have more Halloween pictures for us. Cool.
yeah. Plus, I'm starting a new career. I now work for a company. It's basically a sanitation company, so I'll be working there, making close to $80,000 as a driver. Not actually 94,000 for all the old time. So yeah, I start Monday.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's where it's at. That's definitely where it's at.
I always tell you, hey, get your CDL. Get your
Well,
CDL.
no. Well, I'm glad you got your CDL. I mean, you're probably not worried about this right now because you just want to get some experience, get to start making that money. But the next step in your life is
get my Class A.
Well, that too, but I'm thinking further down the road to owning the truck. The truck and kind of doing your own thing.
You could do it with a Class B, and once you get your Class A, you just get your truck and you keep moving.
Yeah.
Do a lot of. You don't have to do like regular freight. You could do drop freight. You could do refrigerator freight. Just taking food. There's a whole lot of stuff with the CDL you can do. You can do hazmat, which is what I'm right now. I'm just studying to get my hazmat. I want to get that out the way. I want to get my hazmat, and then I get my hazwalker. That's a wrap.
Yeah, that's where it's at.
And
what I ideally want is for basically brothers to start taking over.
They should take that over.
Take over because it's easy to get into it. We be talking a lot about some. I be talking about how the math scores on the scores in the math section of the SAT test, to where there are some areas of STEM that we be saying, hey, get into STEM, go into this, go into that. Some of it, given a track record, some of it might be harder than we think. But that trucking, that's easy. Yeah. I was just Googling some trucking companies. It's some brothers that got $1 million trucking companies out here that they're doing it. I just Googled some guy. He got like a 200. He owned like $200
trucking company.
Well, no, he owned like 200 trucks. I don't know how much he make. He's making
a lot.
He's making money in the millions, but he got like a 200 trucking fleet or something like that.
Yeah.
I was Googling that. Like it's a lot of brothers getting into that. It's an easy business to It's easy to pass that test, to put it like that. It is not, ain't no intense math. You don't got to have engineer level mathematics skills, but you
got to have some basic math skills to do like the metal coils, basically like those guys that drive like cranes and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. They put it on the back of the tractor trailer and stuff like that. They're doing heavy vehicle stuff. Yeah. I suggest you get your heavy vehicle certifications. You get your what do you call those things? Those backhoe certifications, like heavy vehicles, so you can take that industry over. It's good for brothers to do that because they always say we don't build anything. So, MOT is a perfect example of building a business. Build it from the ground up.
Yeah, that's why I'll always respect MOT for that, even though he be going ape shit on conservative black men. I don't understand that, but I definitely will always respect MOT just for the mere fact that he's doing exactly what we're talking about. He owns a trucking fleet. So shout out
Seattle Seahawk will tell you that you're not owning anything. So the Seahawk will tell you
you called her. Whoa, that's a new one. He called her the Seattle Seahawk.
I love the squawk a lot, so
I never heard that one, man. But Livid Leon in the building, he says, I think Fresh should have just said he picked poorly and let it go. I gave Simp as well. I don't know what you mean by that. You don't take just any woman on yacht. She has to own that. He has to. Okay, I think you mean he has to own that. Yeah, I make hella typos. I just found out this morning that it was a typo on one of my titles. Like, so I don't beat up on people for typos. But come on, proofread them super chats.
Well, what I do is I speak into the to what let it type sometimes when I forget about it.
That'll still get you. Yeah, that'll do even worse than typing it out if you speak into it and then it don't know what you said. But Dame C in the building says happy niggas giving. Oh wow. To all the gobble. Right on. Right. Shout out to you. Shout out to Kill Deuce in the building. He says, how are you liking the NBA season? I already answered that one. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
The brothers can get the brothers
Theo,
can.
Hold on real quick. Theo up in the building, fresh and fit forever. Read that one. Y'all showing a lot of Thanksgiving love. I do appreciate it. Live it, Leon. I think I just read that one. Freedman's Journal in the building. He says, I'm thankful for this space. I am too. I said that in the beginning. I've been looking for you all my whole life. Lord, please help us catch the gynocracy, build families, and restore Black manhood. You was gonna get canceled in this space if you would have said and restore the Black community. If you would, I thought he was about to say that, you would have got canceled.
The community.
Yeah, you would have got canceled. Not just playing. But shout out
Pablo?
to Freeman. Shout out to Freeman's Journal in the building. I see. Pablo already getting it in.
Man.
Shout out to
I
Dame
look hungry.
From those pics, I thought Nuruddin was a cop. Yeah, see, people thought Nuruddin was a real cop. No, just he loves his Halloween. He loves his Halloween. But all right, Pablo. We got the old man down in the back chat. We about to definitely bring the old man up. I'm gonna give him full range. Do a de facto impromptu one-on-one with the old man. But Pablo, we can't hear you if you're talking. So go ahead and speak on that. Whatever you got going right there. Whatever you got going.
Happy Thanksgiving. Bernard, you and your family, to Nuruddin.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Obsidian when he comes up. See you guys next week.
Right.
Where you going?
Manosphere meetup.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Hey,
ATL, huh?
Hold on. I see Game Changer down there. Me and Game Changer had a little inside joke going that I can talk about now. How we was we was talking about Nuruddin's affinity for Halloween. And I asked him about it, and he confirmed it. Like, yes, he said Halloween is his favorite holiday.
Yes, it is.
I talked to him about it, and because me and Game Changer, we ended up clowning you off the air, man. We was like,
that's okay.
No, because we saw your Instagram, because I saw you on Instagram, and I was because me and Game Changer was talking about Instagram because he's new to Instagram. And I was like, yeah, and all the Manosphere people, all of them on there. I was like, Nuruddin just I think Nuruddin just followed me on there. I'm looking at Nuruddin page right now, and I was like, God damn, he obsessed with Halloween. And and then me and him started looking at your page together, and man, we got a good laugh at some of that stuff on there. So
thanks.
Yeah, no, we got a good laugh. Yeah,
make some jokes. I don't mind it.
So yeah,
I don't mind it.
On the Fresh and Fit, Bernard, I actually I don't hate Fresh and Fit. I actually enjoy them. I watch their channel pretty much for the hot chicks, and and
that's why I go to Halloween parade for those hot chicks.
Right. So I think guys, when they read too much into Fresh and Fit, their formula is really simple.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get some hot chicks. We're gonna talk shit. We're gonna talk our red pill shit, whether they actually believe it and practice it or not. They're going to sell it and package it and make it an entertainment platform. So if you're going in wanting them to be quote unquote true believers and worthy to the cause and all that, then no, you're in the wrong place. If you just want to have some fun and see some hot chicks and talk shit, that's the place. So no, no matter what happens, they're gonna be rocking over there. Because young men want to see hot chicks. Period.
Well, yeah, that's true, but I don't think their channel would grow if they just brought on hot chicks and then they just asked the chicks, okay, what's your favorite color? And then the chicks just start talking about what color they like to paint their toenails. I think they will get some traction with that, but I don't think it will blow up to what it is. I think the mere fact that that they are very well versed in manosphere red pill talking points and the stuff that we say that we try to school men on, they're well versed in all of that, and they throw that they throw it out there. You know, instead of a male panel of everybody who agree with each other, they throw it out there in a room with women who disagree. So there's a great appeal to having the talking points tested under fire, also tested under fire by hot chicks and debated, and like that's I think there's an appeal to that. There's definitely an appeal to that. But to the thing about it's just hot chicks there. Like dudes can see hot chicks. You know, we can literally turn on our phone and see women equally as hot, busting it wide open on Pornhub. Like
it is a formula. It is a formula where they add the two together.
Mm-hmm. They figured out a way to merge it. They figured out a way to merge the club / strip club / OnlyFans with red pill manosphere talking points and debating the issues and ultimately proving a lot of stuff that we've said right. You know, so they figured it out, and that's definitely a winning formula. He says, I think Fresh should just have said, okay, wait, no, you already read that one. Shout out to Freeman's Journal. He says, oh, absolutely. He said, I'm thank you for the space. What else we got in here? Y'all coming through hard and heavy, showing the thanks, showing the love. I do appreciate it. Here we go. Nick Penn, my man Nick Penn in the building. He says, yes, I love this space. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Absolutely. We got Information Man in the building. Ain't seen you through here in a while. Shout out to the Information Man in here with the super chat. Shout out to Info Man. All right, we got old man. We got old man in the building.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And I'm very thankful to be alive. And we can start there. And because it's been a pretty rough year for the old man, but it looks to be it's promising to wind up on a really good note. And I've been checking the books, and I'm very pleased with the numbers, and I'm very, very excited about the Black Manosphere meetup next week, just in time for my 53rd. I'm hoping everybody will meet me down there for my big 53rd, and looking forward to it, and glad to be here, Bernard. Thank you so much for that. Very happy to and very thankful that I've been able to do this work now for 6 years after my retirement, and get a second life, so to speak, as a businessman, and being able to make a business out of BFF. I mean, it's fantastic. It's great, and I'm very happy and very thankful for that.
Remember, BFF never runs out of anything.
No, it doesn't. It's inexhaustible.
Right on. Corner Store Podcast in the building says, happy Thanksgiving, Jive Turkey, go Bears. I don't even know if a game is on already. I don't even know.
I could check right now. Hold on a second.
But no, I suppose you can. But yeah, I thought they came on at around noon. I don't even know if games have already started. But all right, what else? Okay, well let me start with Pablo. I was about to ask Obsidian a question, but I want to start with Pablo because Pablo, if I understand it right, I saw a little bit of your stream. I ducked in for 5 hours. Well, I came in, rewinded to see about the first 5 minutes of you talking to get a feel for what you was talking about. But you had an interesting title where you said SYSB and Passport Bros manosphere issues are some manosphere issues are not our issues. Yeah, it sounded like you was talking a bunch of shit. So anyway,
there are two games coming on today.
What was damn Nerdine.
Sorry.
I don't know if we got a delay. I don't know if you can hear me or not. But what was you getting at, Pablo? What was you getting at? Okay, Pablo's not there, or is he? Okay, or he muted. I don't know if he. Okay, it looked like he muted himself and stepped away. All right. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This fresh and fit thing, I kind of figured that it would have legs at least going through the holiday weekend at least. So yeah, let's lean with it. Let's rock with it. as I suggested yesterday, there's a number of powerful lessons that we all can learn from this, because I do believe that the Fresh and Fit fiasco, I guess you could call it, which is now a recurring theme. First it happened with Myron, now it happened with Walt. So there's a problem here, and I think that all of us, all black men, okay, and I'm framing it that way. All black men have a role to play in changing the conversation. And what I mean by that is, I'm not saying that we got to, because the nature of the beast yesterday, with panel discussions and so forth, you don't get a chance to really stretch it out. So I'm glad to be here doing a de facto one-on-one with you, Bernard, so I can more, flesh out my position and take feedback from everybody else.
All right. Well, hold on. We'll make it a de facto one-on-one. I'll do this. Well, one Freeman's Journal. Thank you for that super chat. I'm gonna let Freeman's Journal have some words. I think Pablo's already gone. Nuruddin, thanks for coming up. Appreciate you, Nuruddin. I think Pablo already checked out on me. Let me let Freeman's Journal have some words really quick. Then I'll drop them down and I'll let you, because it sounded like you were building towards something yesterday, and I'll let you. So you can go ahead and rock out all the way on that. But let's hear from Freeman's Journal real quick before we make it a one-on-one. Go ahead, Freeman.
Hey, just want to say happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate the space. Appreciate y'all, brothers, and can't wait to see y'all in Atlanta. It's gonna be.
Okay, yeah. You gonna be there? Are you from ATL?
No. I'm from San Diego. I live in Florida, but
okay.
So yeah, but I'll be there, and yeah, man, I have high expectations, and I can't wait.
You got a channel yet, man? You need to start.
That'll be. I need. Yeah, you're right. I do. I need to put out a video. I do. You're right.
Yeah, just start slow. Don't put a bunch of pressure on yourself. The first step is just doing it, and don't even overthink it.
Right.
I mean, it depends on how you are. I mean,
I can't do anything halfway. If I do it, I got to make some money.
Okay. Right. Okay, I was just about to say that because I think Obsidian said he studied for 6 months to a year before he started his YouTube channel and started doing launched Obsidian Media Radio. So yeah, so if you like that, then you're not just going to do it on a whim. So yeah, do it at your leisure. I mean, do it however you best see fit. I'll just say that. But yeah, I'm that's cool. I'm glad you're going to be there in ATL. I cut you off. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, Little Friedman says happy Thanksgiving too.
Oh, okay. What's up, Little Friedman? How old? How old is
she? How old is she? 22 months. Yeah. Right in the terrible twos.
Ah, yep.
Mm-hmm. No, didn't do. So yeah. All right, I'm gone. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Corner Store Podcast in the building. Once again, he says happy Thanksgiving, Job Turkey, Go Bears. That's pretty damn funny. I think that's it on the super chats. But all right, we got old man in the building officially. So I'll pass the mic to you, and I'm gonna fall back and let you rock out and let you lay out your full case. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just picking up from where we left off yesterday, and like I said yesterday, I think that there's some really important lessons to be learned from this, because the first time around, the way I think, this is my own thinking. I'm always willing to give anybody a one-off. You say, okay, you just had a bad day. We all do something stupid we're not very proud of, whatever. Okay, fine. I grant you that. If it happens a second time, now we're looking at a pattern. So the first time around with Fresh and Fit, everything that went down, I don't want to relitigate that with Myron. We all know what happened. Okay, fine. We could chalk that up to just a bad situation, whatever. Okay, fine. But now we got this situation again, and it's with Walt this time, Fresh. So now I'm thinking, okay, there's something wrong with the system. This isn't a one-off quirk of one of the guys on the team. This is something endemic, something systemic within the Fresh and Fit corporation itself. Okay, that needs to be addressed.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So I've laid out my case yesterday. We can come back to that. I just want to take it a step further because the one brother that posted a super chat, he made a really profound point. You know, I don't know exactly how old Fresh is. I get the sense that he's in his latter 20s, early 30s. I could be wrong about that. But, the first thing, because a number of people have rightly pointed out two things. Matter of fact, I was on the air with Courtney Michelle last night, and she pointed this out, that the idea, and there have been many in the Black manosphere who said this, and they will be correct, that money alone will not guarantee you success with women. That's true. I freely concede that point. Case in point, Mr. Fresh, aka Walt. Money alone won't guarantee. And in matter of fact, if you're not careful, and Game Changer did allude to this yesterday, if you're not careful, it can actually be, a major impediment. So yeah, that's true. I agree. That being said, I also think that Fresh didn't need to be a verified, game master. He only needed a few things, a few very fundamental things, but a few things nonetheless. He didn't need to be, because, the argument was that Myron is much better schooled in game, better read in it, and so on and so forth. I think that's a dubious claim, but I talked about that yesterday. For now,
just let me briefly interrupt. I think he's a better speaker. He's a better orator, and he can get out the information. He has that Donovan Sharp skill, and what I mean by that is, if there's a subject involving anything red pill or manospherian in the least bit, if you throw it at Donovan Sharp in motor mouth fashion can spit out the information really, really fast in a fast, quick hitting, easy to digest kind of way. And that's very effective when it comes to communicating to a YouTube audience with the modern day low attention span, that you can get the information to even the low attention span with ADD type of guy that's listening. You can get the information to him real fast, quick, in a hurry, in a way that he can easily digest it. Myron has that skill, and he's applied that skill to game and manosphere red pill talking points. So I'll say that. It doesn't necessarily mean he has more game. He's just really, he has the skill, knack, and talent for just spitting that information out real fast. That's how I'll say. That's what I'll say to that.
Okay, so I'm not going to relitigate Myron because we already dealt with that. So,
Right.
so I'm focusing on Fresh, aka
Okay.
Walt. Okay.
Yeah.
So based on what we've all observed, I think it's fair to say that his game is at best fairly tepid and weak, if not just flat out trash. Now, that being said, I don't see Walt as a lost cause. I'm sorry, so far as like dealing with women is concerned. He got the money thing straightened out. We got that. He got the status and the fame thing straightened out. We got that. He only needs, in my opinion, just a quick crash course on it. He doesn't need to do the 1 to 2 to 3 4 year dive that many guys looking to learn pickup often do. He doesn't really need that because he already got the money. He already got the status. What he needs is the following, in my opinion, as the resident dating coach for the non-select guy. Number one, in terms of technical skill, there's the technical skill and then there's the philosophy. So let's go to technical skill first. Number one, big endorsement for Alan Roger Curry, mode 1. And when I say mode 1, I don't mean being smooth and seductive and all that, being, silver tongued devil. Reason why is because, let's be honest here, Walt has something of a speech impediment. So it's kind of hard for you to be, a silver tongued devil when you got a speech impediment. Okay, you got a slight stutter or things of that nature. That's okay. You don't have to. You can work around that. What I mean by mode 1 is just being upfront, straightforward. Hey, listen, I don't have a lot of time. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, so on and so forth. In his case, he can make that work because he is a legitimate businessman. Businessmen tend to work all the time. They don't have a whole lot of time to be doing a lot of stuff, so he can actually make that work. Whereas with a lot of guys, sometimes you gotta have to fake it till you make it. In his case, he can actually do that. So that's number one, mode one in that sense. Number two, he has to understand why he's doing what he's doing. If he wants a long-term mate, then he's got to go and hunt where long-term mates can be procured. You don't look for long-term mates in Miami. You just don't. Just like you don't look for long-term mates in Nevada. These aren't places where you look for long-term mates. Now, and that's not to say that you can't get one there. It can happen, but you don't go looking for that. These are places where you go looking for a good time. And there's nothing wrong with that, which brings me to the next point. I have no problem with him seeking an arrangement. Many successful, wealthy men do. That's the reason why they have it called seeking arrangement. Got no problem with that. The problem I have with the Fresh incident is that I'm just going to go ahead and say this. He want to make a hoe into a housewife. And that's the reason why I'm saying there's something systemically wrong here. You would kindly recall earlier this year, Fresh and Fit hosted, among others, the roommates. And they were having this extended back and forth debate with OnlyFans girls about estate planning. Why are they debating this? You know, what's your future going to be like? You need to think about your future. That's stuff you talk about with women that you potentially are having a long-term association with, be in marriage, long-term relationship. Yeah, you want to look out for her, you care about her, whether y'all guys stay together or not. You care about, what happens down the road for her. I get that. But I'm not going to go back and forth about estate planning with an OnlyFans chick. I'm just not going to do that. Now, that's not to say that they can't do it or anything like that. I'm not going to do that. They're there for a good time. And they provide me a good time, and I break them off a little something, and that's that. That's all it is. I am suggesting, Bernard, that, and to the rest of the audience, and again, the roommates were there as well. So that's why I said it's system wide. I don't know. I'm 52. I'll be 53 next week. I distinctly remember as a younger man, as a younger Obsidian, I distinctly remember being in the barbershop and listening to the old heads kind of give impromptu lectures on street game. That's what I call it, street game. And one of the cardinal rules was you never make a hoe into a housewife.
Well, let me ask you this question. Were they trying to make a hoe into a? Is it accurate to say they was trying to make a hoe into a housewife? Because I don't think they were trying to get a relationship out of any of those women. I think they were just trying to win a debate where the chicks were saying that we're doing good, we're making money, we're doing this, and then they were just retorting with, yeah, that's short term. It doesn't mean nothing. You will be, lost and dead in the water in a few years when a new hot it girl comes, or when OnlyFans shut down, or you're just making some little good money temporarily. I think that was the debate. I don't think that Hafez or Kevin Samuels, for that matter, because he was there debating them too. I don't think they were trying to convince one of those women to be good girls so they can be with them. Like I didn't think they was trying to turn hoes into housewives.
Good point. Let me respond to that. That's a very, very fair point. Okay, so number one, like I said, were it me, I'm not going to get into even how do I put it? An abstract debate. So, okay, we're not going to have any relationship. It's nothing like that. I'm not trying to appeal to you in that way, but we're having this abstract debate. I'm not going to enter into an abstract debate. See, the one problem black folk have about debates that we don't understand, there are particular rules and conditions that have to be met before a debate can jump off. Everybody can't participate in debate, and everybody shouldn't participate in the debate. If I'm gonna have a debate with a lovely lady about issues of estate planning in your future and stuff like that, I'm not gonna go to an OnlyFans chick to do that. I'm just not. I'm going to debate with somebody who can actually put up a legitimate fight. That's number one. Number two, I'm not going to go to a hoe and talk half-white stuff with her, even if we're not, dating or anything like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That's the first part. The second part, Fresh and Fit, see, it says something about them that they keep getting a certain type of woman on the show. It says something about them that you can't have sisters from Stanford on the show and have a conversation and it be entertaining. It says something about us. I say it says something about there's a lack of maturity here. There is. Howard Stern is basically an overgrown teenager. And there's something to be said for that. That's part of what being a guy is that you and your inner child, you still, kind of youthful and you kind of act like a goof, but you don't do that all the time. There's a time and a place for that. At some point, you got to move things along. And I'm suggesting that what we're seeing here with Fresh and Fit and what we're seeing here with a wider, because, I noticed there's in the black manosphere, I'm not going to say any names here because that's not important. In the black manosphere, you have entire content creators whose whole content consists of what I refer to as thought content. Okay, that is to say, basically what they do is the same thing what Fresh and Fit does. The only difference is they don't have women actually in the studio with them and they're going back and forth. They make videos, response videos, and that's all they talk about. And hold up, here's the thing. They do very well for themselves. So I'm not knocking them. I ain't pocket watching them. I'm just making the point. There's at some point you have to say to yourself, where does this ultimately get us? Especially in light of the fact of the actual evidence, which is, and I remind everybody, 53% of black men single and childless have reported that they do want a relationship, if not get married. It's actually black women who have reported, and I believe that the number is 25%. Only 25% of black women want that, which was a true shocker. And this is not, coming from the red pill Reddit. This ain't coming from, the bowels of the incel sphere. This is coming from National Public Radio, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and Harvard University School of Public Health. All three of which are, I think it's fair to say, center left. And that's being diplomatic about it. So these numbers are verified. And it does raise a real question here. I'm not against having fun. I'm not saying we got everybody got to jump the broom. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there has to be more nuance and textured layering to what we are. If all we present to ourselves and all we talk about are things that are associated with teenagers, where does that get us ultimately? I mean, Fresh, I'm not saying this to jump on him. He reads to me as a man, because he's a grown man. He reads to me as a man that's in the state of arrested development. Like he's still trying to live out his teenage years or you know what I mean, 19, 20, 21 years. And I'm not saying that you got to, run and jump and get into AARP. But what I'm saying is, and you mentioned Kevin, so I'm going to go there and go there with you. The one thing I love about it, somebody in the chat room, by the way, said they asked the question exasperatedly. Wow, Obsidian is older than Kevin? Yes, I am. Technically, I'm about 4 months older than he is. I'm born in December of 68. He's born in March of 69. So I'm technically about 4 months older than him. I love my age. I was looking at Kevin last night, and he made a point, and I wholeheartedly agree. I wouldn't trade in the 52-year-old Obsidian for the 25-year-old Obsidian for all the tea in China. I would not do it. I love it. I'm having a ball being 52, soon to be 53. I love it. It's great. Now, of course, having been a younger man, and you hear, and I was told this, I was told this by several literally 3 wise older men. They said, Obsidian, you're going to be just fine. Just keep, your head to the grindstone. It'll all make sense one day. Now, of course, you're a young guy. You don't want to hear that crap. You know what I mean? You're thinking, oh my God, I'd be an old senior citizen by it. But having been on both sides, I can say without question, life is a hell of a lot better today than it was in my 20s. No question about it. On every measure. Yes, that includes women too. Oh, by the way, the sex is fantastic. I wasn't having this kind of sex when I was having sex in my 20s, true, but nothing like this. Nothing like what I got now. Trust me. I don't want to go into the detail. I won't bore anybody with the details, but yeah, it's much better. And I'm saying all this to say this. Kevin makes a really good point, and I don't believe in trying to reinvent the wheel. That's something that, us black men got to get out of. This idea that we always, in order to do anything, we got to start from square one and just reinvent the wheel. That's time consuming. I look at guys who are already successful and study what they did, and then I just put my own little spin on it. That's it. So Kevin makes a really good point that, you got to, as a man, as you get older, and you supposedly get a bit wiser, your outer appearance is supposed to reflect that. You're not supposed to be going into your 40s and 50s still essentially looking like you did in your 20s and 30s. You're supposed to look the part, and you're supposed to act the part. So like I said, I don't have a problem with any of us, still having a youthful outlook and things like that. That's one thing. But acting in a manner that reminds one of a teenage high school kid is something else. And that's what I got from Fresh, and looking at the video, excerpts. I've seen yours, and I've been preaching. Then I went back to the original and looked at it. Yeah, it's really kind of sad. And so, my position on all that is, I don't think Fresh is a lost cause. I think he can even bounce back from this, but it's the way he's got to do it. And I don't think he needs to read tons and tons of books on game. It certainly wouldn't hurt, but he doesn't need to do that. What he needs to do is get really grounded. Mode 1 is a very good place to start. Shout out to Alan. Very good place to start. And the reason why I say that, Bernard, is because, I've studied a lot of game over the years. And, I'll use one system just for point of comparison. So the mystery method. The mystery method is very complex. I mean, if you ever actually read the mystery method, it's full of flow charts and stuff like that. It's a complex type of thing to learn and get down. Whereas mode 1 is a lot simpler. I don't get the sense that Fresh doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that could really grasp a whole lot of complex type of things like that. He doesn't. I'm just saying, he just doesn't strike me as that kind of person. I could be dead wrong because I don't know him, but I'm just saying, just based on what I've seen of him, he doesn't strike me as that kind of person. And mode 1 is easy to learn. It's something every guy can do. Now, Alan would say there's another component to it. I don't disagree. Being seductive and smooth. So that's true. But I know, I think Alan, he's kind of suffering from a fishbowl effect to some extent, because a lot of that is more, I'm not going to say it's completely natural, but it's easier for him and guys like him to pull off. For a guy like Fresh, that's going to be a lot more difficult to pull off, at least early on, not without a lot of practice, especially in light of the fact that he's got a speech impediment thing. So you definitely need a speech therapist and a voice coach and all that sort of thing. But him just being upfront and straightforward, yeah, he can do that. and quickly sorting through the women who Alan has his schema of different women, the acceptors, the rejectors, the manipulative time wasters. He could quickly sort through those type of women and stuff. Yeah, that would be beneficial to him. That's number one. Number two, what are you looking for? If you're looking for a long-term relationship, you don't go to Miami to get it. And for a guy like Fresh, he can travel anywhere he wants to. He's not limited by, money or anything like that. He can go anywhere he wants to. So he's not limited to the Miami area or places in the country like that to get a relationship. On the other hand, if he just wants a good time girl to, be with him for a weekend or a cuffing season or a year, they do that. And that's that. That's all it is. And I think that's something else that we black men have got to get over. This idea, because this happened with the whole Brittany Renner piece, is there's nothing wrong with good time Charlene's, man. Nor is there anything wrong with breaking off a good time Charlene to be, to hang with you for a minute. That's what guys do. That's what guys have done from time immemorial. That's just how that goes. The ladies have their, hoe phase. The brothers, they got their own version of a hoe phase. I ain't got no problem with it. As long as, provided there's some conditions that are met. You ain't got no babies and STDs and that sort of thing. But if you can be a responsible person, I ain't got no problem with that. I'm not going to hold it against the lady for having, a few lovers on her ledger. I'm not going to hold that against her. I'm not going to hold it against her if she was doing some sugaring. Look, all parties knew what the deal was. The great thing about the sugar babies is that they don't hide what they do. You was talking earlier, Bernard, about the salt daddy, which I thought was pretty interesting. So this is basically the response to the, I guess you could call them the salt babies. I guess you say, these women that they're not actually sugar babies. What they are is they're attempting to basically they're dinner whores is what they are.
Yeah. They're like high end. Right. I think there's a such thing as like a high end, high class dinner whores. They're not just getting the dinner without giving up the sex. They're getting all kinds of stuff without giving up the sex, dangling that possibility of sex. Yeah, for those women, I don't care if they get got by a guy who's dangling the persona that he got money and that he will be generous, and that guy gets the sex first. For you got two manipulators, may the best manipulator win, right? In a dirty game that they both are playing. So yeah, that is legit. Yeah. Right.
And so we're not talking about that. We're talking about, ladies that, they have the various websites, Seeking Arrangements, the other Madison Ashley and all the rest of it, Ashley Madison, whatever it is. You got those, venues, I guess you could call it, where everything is, balls out. Everybody knows who's who. I got no problem with that. A fair exchange is no robbery. And I think that's part of the problem with Fresh here too. If he just would have, carried it as if just, hey, we just a good time and, we just got together. He can phrase it in a way that, communicates that his nose ain't blown wide open. They just kicking it. And at the same time, she preserves a bit of her dignity as well. There's a way he could have worded it. And the way he went about it.
See, I think you're missing this part of it. You see, Fresh, the reason he couldn't just come out and say that, no, this is just a good time girl that, I met on a sugar site. He don't want to word it like that because he has to sell the image to his audience that he has game and he got it off of his game, his mouthpiece, and just mere fact that he's just this alpha swagged out high value guy, and I just get it like that because I got it like that because I'm that dude. That's what he has to sell to them. He can't sell that by just saying that, oh no, I just met a good time girl on a sugar site. Yeah, she's giving me. We having a good exchange here. Yeah, I do some things for her. I'm not going to go into details about it, but yeah, I do a little bit for her, But she does what I say and does what I want, how I want her to do it, and I greatly enjoy it.
And that's the problem.
He can't be.
And that's the problem.
Yeah, well, okay.
That's
Well,
the fun,
hold on.
and I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
Okay.
Because again, sugar babies are nothing new to the manosphere or to the red pill sect. They've always been around. In other words, successful men have always had sugar babies, man. That's part of being a successful man. And the fact that they can't say that instead they have to present it as if he got it off the lip, that's a problem among men that has to be addressed.
No, okay. If you just got some regular dude who don't sell game for a living, and he just can't acknowledge that, oh no, she's messing with me because I'm a successful guy, and we got to exchange. Fair exchange is no robbery. If just regular successful dude can't say that, I understand it. I mean, I don't understand that, and that would fit with what you're saying. Fresh not being able to just say that he sells game for a living.
Right.
I mean, that's essentially what they do. So it will ruin the brand. That's like that's like some fitness guru workout chick it being exposed that she had some type of liposuction or cosmetic or plastic surgery or something. You know, it's like, hold on. You told us that you did all those crunches and burpees and squats to get that body.
Right.
But in fact,
we know that ain't true. I mean, and there are ladies that are listening will know what I'm saying is true. You can do all the burpees and the hip workouts that you want. There's certain areas, especially as you get, a bit older, there's certain areas of your body, no matter what you do, no matter what kind of diet you adopt, no matter how hard you work, you got to get some work done, period. And I don't knock no woman for doing that. None. I don't knock no sister for getting work done to get her over the hump. Good on her. She can afford it, get it done right. It's safe. She can do that. God bless her. All right. I got no problem with it.
Let's push pause real quick. Livid Leon said Fresh and Fit should bring women who are in their 40s and let them explain how certain choices and decisions only work well when you're young. That's interesting. That's interesting. You kind of, you really don't need to look no further than Kevin Samuels' show to get that information. But Pernue in the building. Well, shout out to the last individual who super chatted. I didn't even read your name, but shout out to you. Pernue in the building says they were not necessarily trying to make them their wife, but they were trying to make them into a wife in general. Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, and that's my point.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Real quick. Livid Leon in the building again says it is easier to win a debate when you have a lot of beautiful, short-sighted female to debate with no long-term plan. Yeah, I agree with that. However, we've debated a lot of intelligent women with law degrees and PhDs have gotten the ring and have lost just as triumphantly, if that makes any sense. Livid Leon back again. He says, well said, Obsidian. I love your book. The only reason some of the girls are there is to look good and prove Myron point. There is no debate there. Yeah,
but then there's no real debate then. What you're essentially doing is the boxing equivalent of fighting a tomato can.
I mean, that's sort of true, but again, I don't see different results when more intelligent women get in the ring with more intelligent arguments. So
I don't know about that, because I've had conversations with. Now I will grant you this, Bernard. I will say this: finding sisters that are intelligent and educated and well schooled in the art of reason and debate are rare. That's not a common thing. So you're right about that. But I have encountered a few, and you have to really be on your A game to be able to deal with those sisters. They're few and far between. That's the good thing for Myron, especially down there in Miami. You might as well be looking for a needle in a haystack. But yeah, those sisters do exist. I've come across a few in my time. They do exist.
Yeah. And we see that sometimes with this space. It doesn't happen that much with the better content creators, but with everybody who hop on panels and everything, armed with talking points that they heard from somebody else, but they really haven't thought it through, haven't done any research on it. They'll just come out and make one statement, and then you may see a woman on a panel counter it, and then the guy will get lost and don't know where to go. So I mean, I've seen guys lose debates with women. I mean, it's very possible, but to lose a debate against a woman, I've seen it. But there's certain things that we say that we can pretty much stand on, and we'll get proven correct every time in rhetorical back and forth. Like so for that reason, I'm not going to downplay what he's doing. He has the information and he spits it out quite well, and I don't see anything that he's saying, because everything that he's saying is built on a body of knowledge that the manosphere has been compiling for over a decade, probably. So I don't look at that as, oh, well, those women are dumb. Okay, so are you saying manosphere talking points can be refuted by a smarter woman? So I don't. That's why I don't understand that line of argument. Either the things that we say are right or they're wrong. So that's why I don't go down that route.
What I would say is that here I'm going to go back to something that John Stuart Mill talked about. You need honest critics to keep you on the straight and narrow. If all you're essentially surrounding yourself with are either sycophants or tomato cans, you're setting yourself up for a serious downfall. Because our minds are made such, and big shout out to Steven Pinker and Jonathan Haidt and others. Our minds are such that it is susceptible to tricking ourselves. So we think that our ideas are right without actually rigorously testing them. So we need honest critics, and they do exist among the sisters, but they're few and far between. I'm saying that I don't take any pleasure in saying that. I actually wish there were more honest critics among the sisters, because that would keep a lot of brothers more honest, and vice versa. We need that iron sharpening iron. But yeah.
Well, hold on real quick. I got two more I need to get to. What Obsidian is saying is just, wait, hold on. Let me make that bigger so I can see it. What Obsidian is saying is just tell her you want your salami smuggled. I think he means Coach Greg Adams right there with CGA. No need to beat around the bush. Playing games leads to her playing games with you. Right on. Thank you, Nick Penn, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And also shout out to Dame C. He says those white men are walking confirmation bias for the crowd. Those, I think you mean women, are walking confirmation bias for the crowd.
I agree with that. I mean, we got the whole spiel. I'm saying that the entire system is flawed. And I'm saying it's flawed in part because its two biggest salesmen, got jacked up on their own system. And I'm saying that there's a need for a reset here. That's just standalone. Then we bring in the evidence of what black men are really wanting or looking for out here. So on both sides, there's a need for a reset and a different approach to this thing. Now, I'm not saying we just going to chuck out all the fun and all the rest of it. Boys will be boys. I say this all the time. Boys will be boys. You need some of the sexy and all that. I'm not saying get rid of that. I'm just simply saying all things in moderation here. That's what I'm saying. It can't just be all lopsided with one type of mode and we don't have anything else, when it's clearly not meeting the demands of the audience and definitely not meeting the demands of the host themselves. Both of those guys want relationships, man. It's pretty clear to me. It's very obvious to me that's what they want. But they're going about it all wrong. I mean, their own lived experience bears it out. This guy, going back to Fresh now, he's going to a venue looking for a girlfriend where, come on, it just doesn't work that way. And, the whole leaning in for a kiss piece, you are 100% correct, Bernard. Look, if we got an arrangement, I mean, you did go to a website called Seeking Arrangement, right? You went there, Fresh. Old girl was there. So that's the deal. Part of the deal, given my profile, given my my line of work, which entails selling a certain lifestyle, is you play the part. So if I go in and kiss you, yeah, you play the part. I'm paying for you, at least in part, to be a damn good actress. Put on a Golden Globe award-winning performance. That's the deal. Seems to me, Fresh should dump her just because of the fact that she's a sucky actress.
Yeah. Easily. That was an easy dumping that should have took place right there. Like right there, damn pretty right there during the live stream. Like that, it was time to cut the live stream and she got to get out of there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like don't.
I mean,
like,
and it's funny.
Fucking up the money doing
and
that.
It's funny, because, among brothers in the black manosphere, this will be seen as a failure or a failing if a man has to, lead with his wallet and all the rest of it. Let me tell you something. You know how many women fake it in bed with men? The vast majority of them. Okay, they've got all kind of research on this, copulatory vocalizations. Look it up. And by the way, it ain't just women that fake it with men. Other primates, female primates, fake it with male primates too. It's called copulatory vocalizations. Look it up.
I didn't know that about
primate. Oh yeah. So my point being is simply this. Does it really matter to you if she's faking it or not? Does it really matter? I can tell you what the literature says. The literature says no. It makes no difference on the male orgasm if she's faking it or not. You know what matters is that she's oohing and on and making all the noise and get you to bust a nut. And my point being is the same thing applies when you're not in bed. You're playing her to play a role. Just like Miss America or the First Lady, she plays a role. That's it. And for the guys out there talking about, I can tell the difference between faking. No, you can't. No, you can't. They've done studies on this. Beetles can't tell the difference, but in this regard, beetles. They done studies on all kinds of animals. The male animal don't give a shit as long as she's doing her part, man. Doesn't matter if she fakes it or not. So what? Now, it does matter for a woman to be appropriately aroused because arousal, read orgasm, and pregnancy are closely related. But it don't matter like that for guys. Just doesn't. That's why do you think all the artifice exists? The weaves, the wigs, the this, the that. All that stuff exists for a reason, man. Because the way our sexual minds are built,
you can't make the argument about the woman's orgasm mattering for pregnancy. Now our busting a nut matters infinitely more for a child being conceived than their orgasm.
What I'm saying is whether or not she's actually aroused or not does not make a difference in whether or not a man has an orgasm or not. That's my point.
Yeah, that part is true. Yeah, that part.
And so my point being, I know I'm being belabored with this. My point being with that very cringe-inducing tape that we saw of Fresh leaning in to kiss the girl, you could see her pull back. Is, it doesn't matter if you think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, sis. You got a part to play here. So pucker up and make it good and make it convincing. And she's I'm going to assume she's white. All right. I don't know her actual ethnicity, but I'm going to, for sake of argument, I'm going to assume she's white.
I don't play around with that. I don't care if she's from Gettysburg or whatever the hell. Yeah, she's white.
Okay. I'm going to bring this to Black America. That is to say, both black men and black women. Now, we know that every black man listening right now knows what I'm about to say is true. We all know, and I'm not saying this just in the romantic sense. I'm just talking about just black women you've known and observed. We all know black women who will turn on a dime and turn on the white side of herself when she's dealing with white folks, be it on the phone, be it on the job. They can turn it on and turn it off. We all know black women like that. All of us. We've all directly seen it. Oh, they got perfect phone etiquette. They know exactly how to carry themselves on the job. My point is this. Sis, if you can act that way around white folks, then you can definitely do something for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. They know how to do it. And see, for me, I don't give a damn if they fake it. I don't care. I really don't. I care about results. Did I bust or not? I really don't care. And that would it be nice if they was, turned on? Sure. But the goal is to bust. The goal is to, make me look good in public. That's the goal. That's the end result. That's the result. That's it. So as far as I'm concerned, a brother like Fresh, who, and I don't know what arrangement they have, but I'm pretty sure there's some money changing hands here. My thing is, whatever that arrangement is, she need to be acting the part and put in an Oscar-winning performance. That's it.
Wizard X in the building. What the $5 super chat? I appreciate that. He says, I think the point about debating Insta girls is to convey to men to know the game of how these women work and not idolize, especially Insta girls. Oh, to not idolize them. I see what you're saying.
But the problem with that, Wizard, is that it didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work is because the guys saying that got swallowed up by the very thing that they was, supposedly teaching other guys about. They got caught up by their own net.
Yeah, and so for me, my issue and my takeaway from it, and I didn't say this on the last show, what ultimately ends up happening, if you got somebody who, let's just say they didn't grow up getting a whole lot of girls, but they did it the right way in the sense that they built themselves up. They became successful. They're millionaires. Fresh said he makes $100,000 a month. Let's just believe him and just move on from there. He makes $100,000 a month. Let's assume Myron makes the same thing. So therefore, they're both millionaires. They become extremely successful and is only on the way up. Now they have access to women they previously wouldn't have access to. They can go places they previously weren't able to go. They're in circles that they previously weren't able to be in. They're rubbing shoulders with a lot of celebrities, and truth be told, they're probably just as famous now as a lot of the celebrities. So if we talk about guys, starting out young, don't got a lot of money, they don't got not able to get a lot of girls, and then all of a sudden they become really successful. They do exactly what they're supposed to do, build themselves up, and then the floodgates open up for you. Okay. That's what a lot of people in this space have talked about. You become a successful man later into your life, into your early to mid 30s or early 40s or whatever. The floodgates can open up for you. But here you are, the floodgates have opened up, but you don't have a lot of experience. So it's like it's almost like a I don't know. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler and putting them in a crowded room. It's like so I think that's part of what's going on, to where the lack of experience can end up being an issue. And I'm not just saying that they were just incels, but then they became millionaires and now they can get women. But no, it's a different game when you become that successful. And to their credit, they created a business where they have a constant funnel or pipeline, just parading attractive women right in front of them every single day. Like literally every day, there's a parade of attractive women in front of them that are sitting there on their show, seeing their value, seeing $4,000 come through nightly on super chats. They're seeing it. So that's access out of this world from guys who late in the game got that access. So I think a lot of that ultimately is an issue, and that could be a broad issue that will happen even if you follow Kevin Samuels' message when he talked about high value men. He said, guys, you shouldn't even be seriously trying to date when you're in your early 20s or in your 20s at all. If you get something casual, great, get something casual. But your biggest goal is to be trying to build yourself up so you can become successful. Like maybe not exactly the same way as Fresh and Fit, but so you're building yourself up so you can become successful, so you can become that guy. Well, if you spent your 20s and early 30s, you're just on your mission, you're on your purpose. Shout out to AMS. You're on your purpose. You're on your grind, and then you finally get there. And now, to use Myron's analogy, you're finally able to go into the candy store. Yeah, you're gonna be like the fat kid at the Wonka factory. You're just gonna be he's gonna be gobbling up, consuming everything, but then the outcomes be damned. And I think that's ultimately what I see happening. Potentially happening with them, and on a larger scale, I think it will happen with a lot of guys. Probably happens with a lot of guys when they finally become successful later on in life, if they didn't have a lot of experience coming up. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. And here again, there's a difference between reading and, this is often said, but it's true. There's a difference between reading and studying and actually demonstrating that you understand the material, and in this case are able to demonstrate it in your own behavior. It's clear that neither Myron nor Walt understood what they read and was able to demonstrate it. And I agree with another brother in the chat who mentioned that Walt came off with a basically the one-itis almost, too needy and all the rest of it. Wow, like I said, he's in a serious state of arrested development here, and that's something that's beyond the capacity of game and pickup to address. That, going back to Kevin, that he needs to talk to somebody about that. Some things he got to work out. And it's true. Sheer success and money alone is not going to make you it is not going to deliver the goods on a happy relationship with women. When we see that right in front of us. So I really feel sad. I really feel very sad about Fresh and Fit, to tell you the truth. I feel really sad. It's in a lot of ways, their lives are very empty from where I sit.
Really?
Yeah. Because let's go back to Walt for a moment. So it's clear that he wants a relationship. And not only did he not get it, he didn't even get the girlfriend experience, right? To borrow a phrase from the escort world. So he didn't get that. And then on top of that, he's, basically being humiliated. Just the little bit that I saw with DJ Academics, and there was, a much larger exchange that he had with Fred. It's just, people that have full lives don't go through things like that. And it's clear, listening to you relay a bit of his backstory. The proverbial, rags to riches, Horatio Alger, self-made man piece. But it's clear to me that there was some fundamental gaps in his life missing. And we see it. There is truth to the notion, and this has been raging now for over a year. The idea, ever since Kevin came along with the high value man piece, there have been brothers, they haven't been very articulate in stating it, but their sentiment is still the same. Is that money alone is not going to, make you a whole person. And it's true. And we see that in the case of Walt. And I feel really, really sad about that.
Okay.
I do see that.
I'm agreeing with people in the chat. I mean, somebody like Dane C said they are living the American dream. Yes, they're making some interpersonal relationship. I'm not even going to call it relationship. They're making a few mishaps with the ladies, but at the end of the day, started from the bottom. Now they here. Two guys living the American dream, making $1 million in their apartment. Like, no, I'm not gonna feel sorry for a millionaire, but they're making a few goofy mistakes. I want to share something. That somebody wrote in the comment section. Is kind of speaks to how I feel about this. Somebody wrote in the comment section. Red Pill Stevo, funny name. Red Pill Stevo wrote, responding to the show yesterday. This was 14 hours ago when he wrote it. He says, "Good show, guys. I missed the live, but what I wanted to say is this: I think Fresh and even Myron, for that fact, suffer with being too young in red pill knowledge. Back in 2016, I found the manosphere, and it took me about a year to learn everything. However, it took me about 4 years to internalize it. I could quote, this is important. He said, I can quote all the precepts of female nature, day game, night game, and frame. However, even in year 2 and 3, I would find myself making mistakes. Bottom line, you can't fast track being an expert." And that's taking a pause from reading. That's exactly what they did. Remember in 2019, Myron was going to, I think the John Anthony guy, trying to learn. He was still learning game.
Right.
And then fast forward to 2020, I think when they really got going, he's teaching game. The game expert, Okay, but fair enough. But I mean, I still think that's fast tracking it a bit. Either be that as it may, he goes on to say, however, in year 2 and 3, I would find myself making mistakes. Bottom line, you can't fast track being an expert. You have to live the experience. 5 years minimum. 5 years minimum. Women are experts and formidable opponents. If you're not ready, you will get taken fast. Abba and Preach are really debating the wrong guys. They are babies in the game. He's saying Fresh and Fit are in many ways babies in the game. I don't know if babies in the game is the right.
That would be correct.
Okay, fair. I'll lean with it and rock with that. That they are young in the game, and taking what he said right there. By the way, Red Pill Steve, if you're listening, very well said, very, very good comment. I'm gonna start doing that more. When I get a good comment, I'll highlight it and talk.
Yeah, it is a very good comment. He makes a very good point. Youth for a woman is a weapon, is a superpower. Youth for a man is kryptonite.
Yeah.
I mean, you just. It's rare to find, and when I'm talking about under 30, it's rare to find a very young man who's just firing on all cylinders. That's a very rare thing. Happens, but rarely. Just like it's relatively rare to find. That's the reason why they got the MILF category in the adult world, because it's especially in Black American life, it's relatively rare to find an older woman that's hot. It happens, but it's rare. It just doesn't happen a lot. Yeah, you have to be an older guy, older being, over 35. You have to be an older guy to kind of really put all of these pieces together. And that's the reason it kind of reminded me of my man Theo, the grand architect of the Black Manosphere meetup. He said yesterday that he found Fresh and Fit to be, essentially a lifesaver for him. And I was thinking about that last night. Yes, I can see how Fresh and Fit could be that for him. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Number one, he's very smart. Number two, he's an older man. He can suss out on the smarts end. He can suss out and separate the wheat from the shaft. On the age end of things, this is a man that is very well traveled, lived in other countries, had a wife, as a matter of fact, had to bury a wife. You know, he's been through some stuff. So he can take what the information that Fresh and Fit up imparting and put it into context. The problem with Fresh and Fit is that you got a lot of guys like them, sans the money and the fame, who are just taking everything in and not, you know, separating out the wheat from the chaff. That's the problem. And if you're a young guy, and let's face it, for the vast majority of us, when you're being a young guy means essentially being broke is what it means. And being a young guy means, for the most part, there are notable exceptions, but for the most part, being a young guy means you're broke and you don't get laid. Okay? So, you know, you're pretty much a loser when you're a younger guy. Who wouldn't want to live that kind of lifestyle that these guys are presenting on the screen? Who wouldn't? At, you know, 20, 25, who wouldn't want to live that way? Who wouldn't? You know, for Theo, that's an older man and looking back on a lifetime of, you know, living in different, when I say different locales, I'm not talking about, you know, living in LA versus living in Chicago. I'm talking about living in Kiev, living in Tokyo, you know, and having a wife of that culture. That's a completely different animal, you know, than what many of these young guys are talking about. More in today's world, you know, when I turned 18, I graduated high school in June. By July, I was literally grandfathered into my first job, and I had moved in with my grandparents because my grandfather worked for a big industrial roofing concern here in the city of Philadelphia. I was literally grandfathered in. And so it would be easier for me to live there, and we just go to work together. You know, I ride with him back and forth. But I got out of high school in June, started my first job, my career in July, lived with my grandparents from July to November, and then moved out of their house into my very first little hole-in-the-wall studio apartment and never looked back. Today, the people most likely to live at home with parents are men. And we're not talking about 18-year-old, 19, 20, 21. We're talking about guys in their 30s, in some cases 40s. That is an alien concept to me, because I got out on my own at 18 and I never looked back. That's what we're dealing with today. So you got a brother like Theo who not only had a wife, he's a widower. You know, technically speaking, legally speaking, he's a widower. He knows what it's like to bury a wife. He's able to put those points that Fresh and Fit makes into proper context because he's got life experience. A lot of these guys today, even if they're older than 18, they're in a state of arrested development because they never went through what I did. You know, get out of high school, go to work, you know, you get your first place, you get your first car, you know, all those different milestones that give you a perspective on life. And that's why it's so important, to shout out again to my good friend and brother St. Kevin. That's why it's so important that when you're a guy and you're in your teen, you know, 18, 19, you're going through your 20s, I agree wholeheartedly with Kevin. You shouldn't even be thinking about no women, right? I mean, other than, you know, a casual thing, you know, you got pressure bust pipes, you know, I get that. But beyond that, you shouldn't even be thinking about no girlfriend or nothing like that. You shouldn't be thinking about nothing like that till you at least 30. I would better say 35, but at least 30. You shouldn't be thinking about no serious stuff with no woman or nothing like that. And I don't know the actual age of Walter, but he reminds me of a guy in the 20s psychologically that's pining away for this relationship. He's got the money piece together, and he's got the fame and the status piece together, but he doesn't have the other components of his life together, and it shows.
Marquise 912 in the building with the $5 super chat. I do appreciate that. He says, why do you guys only focus on one aspect of Fresh and Fit, the dating aspect, when they share far more important financial knowledge? They are successful. Yes, they do a show on Monday during the day called Money Mondays, and they they take one day out of their week to talk about money, which is great. You know, you build a platform talking about women, got women on there, and you build what's going on a 500,000 a sub platform, and you probably top out every show. Every show hits at least 100,000. When they do the money shows, I think they top out at around 20,000. So hey, if you got to build a platform on what you regularly talk about and you get 100,000 views, you got to build a platform like that to get 20,000 people to come in and listen to you talk about money. Hey, great, and they're doing, and that's wonderful. If there was some blow up about if they talked about money and then there was some blow up where they got exposed as making bad money moves or bad money deals, and they lost a bunch of money because they signed up for some ridiculous thing. Shout out to Pocket Watching with JT. He does a good job breaking down things you should and should not do with money. So if they're teaching about money and then they're completely screwing up their personal finances or their business finances, then that would be the hit story that would be covered. Seeing as they talk about relationships and game and this or that, and then we're seeing their personal relationships and game come out looking a little bad, then that's what we're ultimately going to talk about. But even just if there was no hiccups along the way, it still would be kind of weird to say, why do you focus on the thing that they do 95% of the time? Why aren't you talking about the thing they do 5% of the time? That still wouldn't exactly hold up there. And I saw that you made a follow-up super chat. So I'm trying to find it. I know you made a follow-up super chat. I do appreciate it. We also got him back in the building with another one. He says, I'm financially successful and fresh and fit, give out solid advice. Young Dolph said it best. You're supposed to be chasing money, but you're chasing biatches. I don't know how or why that. I mean, that's a true statement. That's a true statement, but I don't know how or why that applies to this conversation. Like, if you find somebody who's chasing women and don't got their money right, that's the right statement to say to them. Definitely. Shout out to you. Definitely appreciate the super chat.
Keep them coming, because these guys are making some really good points. I agree with you, Bernard. Well, the reason why, and this is something that is a wider Black manosphere concern. I consider, for purposes of this discussion, okay, we're going to consider fresh and fit part of Black manosphere, just so I can make this point. And that's this. We get this often, Bernard. Why are you guys always talking about women and stuff? The other things we need to talk about. I'll tell you the reason why. It's very simple. Mr. Fantastic, big shout out to him. Is because those other things don't get the attention to make the money. Black men want to talk about relationships. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Black men want to talk about relationships. I mean, bottom line. Now, there's lots of ways to go at it, BFF, and we can make it entertaining, and we can come at it from different ways, and child support, and so on and so forth. All the different permutations. But when you boil it all down, when you distill it all down, it comes to, Black women really is another way of saying relationships. That's what Black men want to talk about.
Well, I explain it. I explain it like this. Certain channels are built on certain things. This whole Black manosphere algorithm, I'll call it the Black manosphere in algorithm. This algorithm was ultimately created and cultivated for Black men by Black men to address whatever issues or thoughts, ideas, and perspectives that they wanted to bring to the table when it came to Black women. That's essentially what it was here for. That's what the algorithm is here for. That's what people click on Black manosphere content for. So it's all like that ship has already sailed. There are places online where there's the Black manosphere is not the only algorithm where Black men talk online. There's plenty of places, plenty of other algorithms. Like, if you delete whatever YouTube channel. I mean, if you got a YouTube channel, don't delete it. But if you're just somebody who have a YouTube account delete it or erase the history and start from scratch. You can probably find yourself, I mean, don't do that because I don't want you to, unsubscribe from me, but you can find yourself in a whole new algorithms, and you'll find that there's all kinds of stuff out there. There's plenty of black men online that talk about whatever it is you think, that whatever it is you want to hear black men talk about, you probably can find it. And you probably can get your your account in those algorithms where they'll send you that if that's what you want to see. And nothing is stopping you from typing that stuff into the search engine and going and finding it. You probably don't even got to go extreme. It would delete your account and start another one. But it's like, it's out there. You can find it. But this particular algorithm where these audiences have been built, they've been built on discussions, about, Obsidian, shorthands it and says relationships. But it's covering even deeper than that. I mean, there's so many subset categories of, how you look at it. That's why I always say just the overall social dynamics and interactions between men and women, or black men and black women. That's what these channels have been built for. That's what they address. That's what they do. Can they do other things? Are there a lot of subcategories within it? And then every now and then, just because it's necessary, you didn't build your channel on real estate, but if you know a little bit about real estate, then yes, you just smuggle that in. But there's entire real estate channels that black people do on YouTube that you can find, where they're talking about how to flip houses, how to buy a house, how to do simple, easy stuff that anybody can do to repair certain things in the house and make the value go up $10,000. It's that the information is out there. So don't come to somebody's channel who built the channel on playing chess and say, hey, you need to start talking about skateboarding. It's like, that's just goofy. Like that's where I'm at with that. It's just goofy to do it. This algorithm was built on a certain thing, and the certain thing that this algorithm was built on, you're here because you like discussions on that. Now, if you get to the point where you want to hear discussions on something else, there are other places to go and hear those discussions. I was there was a whole community of people online. It was loosely called the atheist community, but it was bigger than that. It just got shorthanded as that, but it was basically like a community where people just debated religious topics. So it was just as many religious people involved in it.
It would be more like a theology forum then.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But it was a lot of,
there were people that were both pro and con theology debating there.
Yeah, but the con was more prevalent, so it just sort of got de facto called the atheist sector or whatever. Back when I was really religious or questioning and had my skepticism and was reading this and reading that and learning this and learning that, I got shoulder deep into that community and was getting so much information. That's how I found out about Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, read all their books.
So-called 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah. Daniel Dennett. I read a lot of their stuff, and I got fully ingratiated in that. There's a few podcasts, people they still got podcasts to this today. Eventually, I soaked up so much information out of that, it just became redundant. I didn't want to hear another debate. I didn't want to. I was just through with it. I just moved on. That's kind of how I stumbled into the manosphere, because that information just got redundant for me, and so I just moved on. But what I didn't do is go to the guy. His name is David Smalley. He has a podcast. I didn't go to him and harangue him about how he needs to talk about something else. I just found something else to listen to, and guess what? I
think that's a particular quirk of Black American psychology. I really mean it. There's the one thing I've learned over the years, and in particular more recent years, since I've become an actual published author, and that entails doing a good bit of boots on the ground research and stuff. One thing I've become convinced of is that Black America truly is a completely different animal from the rest of the country, where we have things in common.
Hey, hold on, real quick, time out. Right when I was saying all that, I lost 20 viewers. So hopefully they went and found something they want to listen to. Hopefully they went to another algorithm and found another subject matter, and I wish them the best if that's what.
Well, but that just goes to drive home the point again. The Black manosphere, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's what it is. The Black manosphere is about relationships. however you want to, go at it. But that's really what it comes down to, is that it's about relationships. That's what it's about. At the end of the day, it's about relationships. And I think rightly so, given the dire state of black male and female relationships in Black America, that we all know the numbers. I think rightly so. How are you going to get anything done if you can't get black men and black women to get along? How are you going to get anything done? So as far as I'm concerned, I think that's the right focus. I think everything else flows out of that. So the money, I'll give you another example too, Bernard. So when Kevin came up with well, it's not his idea, but when let me word it this way, better way of doing it. When he introduced the idea of the high value man to the black community, the black manosphere online, if you will, what was interesting to me was about how so many black people, not just black men, black women too, they instantly framed it within the context of relationships, which was fascinating because Kevin never mentioned anything about relationships. Never did. The high value man concept was independent of women.
Yeah.
So what that tells me is that both black men and black women are making a connection between, whatever you may think of a high value man and relationships. That was fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
To see both black men and black women across the internet make that connection, even though Kevin never did himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that just underscores my point. The single biggest issue that faces Black America is that black men and black women don't get along. That's the single biggest issue facing us, whether we want to admit it or not. If we can't get that straight, we ain't gonna get anything straight.
All right. We went round and round. I think you made every point you wanted to make about Fresh and Fit. I'm almost ready to wrap this thing up and see how's everything looking at home, far as the turkey and everything. But
you got the lady making turkey.
Yeah, she's doing some cooking. She's at the house.
You got it back there, barefoot and no, not pregnant, but just barefoot back there, fixing the victuals there.
In high heels. Even when I'm not there to watch, she better have those high heels on.
Yeah,
I just play.
Yeah. Before we wrap up, I just want, I don't know if people going to vibe to this or not, but I've heard you allude to your views on religion and what have you. And I never really got exactly where you were with it. I know now that you listen to the Four Horsemen and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the debate between Dinesh D'Souza and the late great Christopher Hitchens?
Yes.
I don't know if you ever seen it, but it was a hell of a debate, and I thought that I personally thought that Dinesh won it roundly. But maybe you have a different view. Nevertheless, it was matter of fact, they did a series of debates. As a matter of fact, not just that one.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused about which one, because Dinesh D'Souza is real good. He's up there with I think William Lane Craig is the best at debating the atheists. William Lane Craig is the best at it. Dinesh D'Souza is probably number 2 in my opinion, because I've seen Hitchens just mop the floor with people, but Dinesh D'Souza and William Lane Craig, they gave him some work. But I know Dinesh D'Souza and Hitchens, they debated so many times. I'm having a hard time remembering exactly.
Well, the one I'm talking about is the King's College debate in New York City.
Okay.
Yeah, King's College. So let me ask you this, because I don't talk about it a lot, but I am a believer and consider myself a very moderate Muslim. Okay. Yeah. But a unique one, because like the vast majority of Black Americans, I derive from a fairly devout Christian background. The men in my family, I come from a fairly long line of Black Christian clerics. There's a number of reverends and pastors in my family tree, as well as deacons. My grandfather was one. So let me ask you this: do you consider yourself an agnostic, or do you consider yourself just straight up Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, Richard Dawkins, the late Christopher Hitchens, atheist? I mean, I wasn't really clear on that.
My view on it is this: in many ways, they're the same thing. If you say you're an atheist, you're saying you don't believe in a God. If you say you're an agnostic, that means you lack knowledge of if there is a God. So if you lack knowledge, if you don't know, then you also can't believe, and you can't believe in what you don't know. So I think what you're really asking is, am I somebody who pounds the table and says, I know for a fact there's absolutely no God? No, I don't say that. I don't claim to know that there is no God. I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of things, it comes down to faith. And when it comes to faith, you either have it or you don't.
Mhm.
And I think the most intellectually honest position is agnosticism, to say you don't know. At the end of the day, even if you have your faith, you still have to Dinesh D'Souza said that in a debate. Actually, he said, I believe, therefore I'm a theist. I think theos basically means God. Ist or ism means belief. So put theos and theism together is belief in God. So he says, yes, I believe in a God, but I can't make an authoritative argument saying I know for a fact.
Right.
So in that sense, I'm agnostic too. But then he tried to depict the atheist as somebody who's saying, absolutely, I know for a fact there is no God. But from my perspective and the perspective of a lot of people who've written on this, the atheist isn't saying he knows either. The atheist is ultimately saying, just like the prefix a means without, so if you're atheist, you're without God belief, you're without theism. So
Right.
that's what an atheist is. He just does not have the belief in a God. It doesn't mean that he's saying he doesn't know. So once I read that and understood that, I was like, oh shit, damn. I'm an atheist by that definition. I was like, I don't want to be atheist. But
So it was fascinating because you did say that you studied the Four Horsemen. I'm very familiar with their work.
Yeah.
Because I studied them as well. And I wanted to hear their arguments. Like I said, we need good critics. So as a believer, I want to hear the other side. So I did that. What's fascinating about it though is looking back over just the last year alone, looking back over the times that you've spoken to these issues and you came at it fairly hard. I assumed that you were just a full-on atheist. Now it's interesting to hear you kind of parse it out. Very, very interesting. Very
yeah. Sometimes, and sometimes I get in that mode, and I had to tap myself and say, hey, stop doing that. Stop, because sometimes I will go at it pretty hard, but overall, no, my position isn't that hardcore. I do like to debate it, and I think because I had such a fundamentalist listen. I mean, you're a moderate Muslim. If you ever had just such a hardcore fundamentalist belief in either Islam or Christianity, like you were just an outright staunch down fundamentalist. I mean, part of the reason that after I thought long and hard about it, part of the reason I got married so young is because I was just so wrapped up in my Christian faith, and then so when I finally, argued my way into a moderate position on it, then I argued my way into some strong skepticism on it, and then some strong agnosticism on it. And then, I look back at it. This was after the divorce was over and everything. I was like, that whole chapter of my life, everything I went through, it was rooted in my dogmatic fundamentalist Christian belief that I needed to be married in order to, you can't be out there just living in sin and risk of, burning in hell forever. Like I was one of those, so that did make me have a little bit of what they call that, they call it the firebrand atheist, even though I wouldn't call myself that, but it did make me have a little bit of disdain for religion, because that stuff can get into your brain and influence all your thoughts in a way that's sometimes not always positive. Sometimes they can influence you really negative. I mean, look no further than September 11th. I mean, we know that fundamentalist religious beliefs can get in somebody's head and make them do some crazy things. And so that's why I sometimes talk like I got a disdain for it, because it comes from, it puts you in a place where you're not thinking critically, you're not thinking rationally. I mean, that's really how I learned to debate, listening to those debates and hearing people really, challenge religious ideas. And that
not only challenge religious ideas, because that's the reason why I brought up the Dinesh D'Souza Christopher Hitchens debate. Yes, the atheists challenged the believers, in this case Christianity, but also what was fascinating about the one debate I'm talking about at King's College between D'Souza and Hitchens is that D'Souza challenged the atheists.
Yeah.
For example, how do atheists, and since you're not one, this isn't directed at you per se.
I can answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How do the atheists? It's one thing to say, and I don't disagree. It's one thing to say, yes, religion, in this case, Islam. You had the atrocities of September 11th, etc. et al. True. It's also true to say that you had the sex abuses of the Catholic Church. True. The Crusades. True. Okay. No argument there. That's a matter of historical record. But then you also have to examine that under the aegis of atheism, you had Stalinist Russia, Maoist China. You had the Kim Il-sung North Korea, which continues to this day. You had the atrocities of Ceausescu in Romania. You had the situation that happened in Hungary in 1956, in Czechoslovakia in 1968, etc., etc., etc. If we're going to talk about major world beliefs or ideologies shaping history, and of no doubt Christianity and Islam were two movers and shakers on the global stage, no question about that, then you also have to account for what happened under atheist communism. And the atheists don't want to deal with that. Hitchens didn't want to deal with it. Sam Harris didn't want to deal with it. Richard Dawkins didn't want to deal with it. Daniel Dennett didn't want to deal with it. None of them wanted to own that. They wanted D'Souza to own what happened in the name of Christianity. Fair enough. But they don't want to own what happened in the name of atheism under communism.
Well, I think they did deal with it, and maybe in the debates you're talking about, they didn't deal with it, in real time during debate. But I think that has been dealt with, and it's as simple as this: you look at all of those people who you named, Stalin, Pol Pot. They did all they did because of what they believed in. Atheism by itself I think atheism by itself is benign. Okay, you give an atheist and then you give him some crazy ideology. Okay, he can go and do the same thing with some crazy ideology that doesn't have a God in it, as what somebody can with a crazy ideology that does have a God in it. But I think atheism is more easily separated from a crazy ideology than would than would the religion. You can't separate the religion or the God from the ideology or the action if you can pull out the book and say, hey, it's written in there. So
well, by that same argument, though, the communist state in Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge, in China under Mao, in Russia under Stalin, the Soviet Union, and so on, that was baked in the cake that atheism was going to be the order of the day, and that any form of religion was outlawed, and it was under the basis of atheism that most of the world's atrocities were committed.
I understand what you're saying, but see, here's the only problem. Communism is consistent with atheism, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary for atheism. So that's sort of what I'm getting at. Was it the communism or was it the atheism? So
Well, let me put it to you this way: atheism was the theory, and communism was the practice.
You said atheism was the theory?
Atheism was the theory, and communism was the practice. It goes right back to Karl Marx, who said religion was the opiate of the masses.
I don't understand how atheism becomes the theory. Like going back to what I said about atheism, you just lack a God belief. You just lack a belief in a God. You can lack a belief in a God, and you can go and you could believe in freedom and democracy. You could believe in capitalism, the American dream, and apple pie, or you can be an atheist and go and believe in some kind of Marxist ideology, some communist, some socialist. You could be an atheist, Republican, Democrat. Like I said, atheism is benign, and you could be an atheist with any type of ideology.
But that's just it. It's not benign. But that's the reason why I put it that way. Yeah, it sounds great in theory. It kind of reminds me of libertarians. Libertarians sound great in theory, but in actual practice, it's a basket case. In actual practice, atheism is a basket case, and here's the reason why.
How do you practice atheism? That's like to practice atheism. No, okay. To practice atheism is to like practice not playing golf. It's you can't practice it.
You got to replace it with something.
Okay,
if you don't play golf, then what do you play?
I sit on the couch and watch TV.
Okay, that's an activity.
Okay.
Couch surfing is an activity.
Yeah, couch surfing is an activity. Okay, so the person who doesn't play golf can either sit on the couch and watch TV, or he can go kill a bunch of people. But you can't blame him not playing golf to be the reason why he killed people or sat on the couch and watch TV. So what
I can if in fact without God all is permitted.
See, you start. Okay,
that's the important lesson that we learned from religion. Is that that's the important lesson? Is that, and I was just talking about this online just last week with some sisters, and that was and they never responded. That's how I knew I got them. Is that all the great faiths?
I'm listening to you. I just got to kill a spider. Hold on.
Yeah, all of the great faiths of the world teach us that all of us, humanity, is capable of great good and great evil. All of us. You know, the face of evil is looking back at you in the mirror. You want to know what evil looks like? Look in the mirror. You want to know what good looks like? Look in the mirror. We have the capacity for both. And that the great faith, their main function and purpose is to remind us of that we are capable of both great good and great evil. Okay, does that mean that the great faiths are perfect? Absolutely not, because humans are imperfect. The problem with the atheists is that they thought that they could make a utopian perfect society in which we don't have any type of understanding or recognition that good and evil exist in all of us, and that we need certain checks on our behavior. That's the reason why the American Constitution, this is my personal opinion. People may disagree. You may disagree. I do believe that the United States Constitution was divinely inspired. I do believe that. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because the American Constitution understands what the great faiths understood. That you need checks on each other. You need a check in the balance. You can't just have people just doing whatever they want to do. In the American governmental system, the president just can't do whatever he wants to do, man. He has to get the consensus of the Congress and the Senate. Our court system, the United States Supreme Court just can't do whatever they want to do, man. They cannot just make judicial fiat whenever they feel like it. They can't do that. They operate independently of the legislative branch, but they have to operate within the confines of what the legislative branch puts down in terms of constitutional law. That's what religion, in this case, the Judeo-Christian religions, I guess you could say, the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They all recognize that you have to have a check on the excesses of human behavior. Prior to them coming along, and the ancient Greeks, they understood that as well, that you have to have checks on your worst impulses. That's what the Greek tragedies and all that are about. You have to have checks on that. Atheists believed, in terms of communism, atheists believe you can create a utopian society predicated on a lack of a belief system that would rein in humanity's worst impulses, which led to the Stalinist purges, Pol Pot's despotism and with the Khmer Rouge, Chairman Mao killing hundreds of millions of his own people, and so on. That's the point that I'm getting at.
Yeah, and I understand the point, and I understand that religion, whether I believe in a particular religion or not, I understand that it's a very useful tool to just go ahead and put it bluntly like that. I know some religious people don't like to look at it like that because they say, no, it's the truth and we need it. But rather it's rather the holy book was divinely inspired or not. Religion is a useful tool to check the excesses of human nature. That part I concede. When I got to the point to where I realized, okay, I don't believe in any particular religion, but hey, I'm still the same person. I'm still a decent person. I still care about human beings. I want to, like when me and SKC was talking about morality, and he's like, how do you define morality if you don't put a God in front of it? But I'm like, okay, if we care about human flourishing, if we think human beings flourishing is better than human beings suffering, then we can. And somebody who attempts to minimize suffering is somebody who's behaving morally. So
we have to ask the opposite question: what is the atheist model of morality, and where is it manifest in the actual real world in real time? See, here's the thing with the four horsemen and what they all have in common: Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens. All of them are men of letters. 3 of them are men of science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so science is about being able to determine what is and is not real in the physical world.
Okay,
it's not about metaphysics. Metaphysics is the realm of religion. That's beyond the physical. But science deals with the physical world. Okay, so if the argument is that the world's great faiths, in this case Christianity and Islam in particular, have wrought a whole lot of bad things in the physical world, again, I won't disagree with that. That's fair. What have the atheists wrought in the physical world along the lines of morality? And how does it manifest, and how can we how can we assess it? How can we measure it?
I don't think that's necessarily a good question. You're saying, what have atheists brought in the realm of morality?
Yes. Have the atheists created an alternative form of morality, since the argument goes that that Christianity and Islamic informed morality is substandard?
Okay, if atheism one, I mean, it's a question that atheism isn't deemed true or false based off the answer or non-answer to this question. So it's a separate question. It's a question of how much do we value, what value has atheism brought? And like I said, atheism by itself is just lacking a belief in a God. So if you want to just try to say, okay, show me a good atheist philosophy, okay, the whole idea, the concept of humanism that ultimately puts human well-being and flourishing as number one above all. That's ultimately, I think that's one that you could point to. Like you can look to humanism, because in there's no perfect system, because
but it is a perfect system. The atheists would have us believe that you can have a utopian system. It was called communism.
And okay, no, the communists, okay, the atheists who happen to be communists were wrong, and they were proven wrong. So we
That's
can.
that's a lot of communists.
Okay, the atheists who were communists were wrong.
You know,
Okay.
you don't agree with that statement?
That what statement?
That there's a whole lot of communists. I mean, you got billions in China. You got how many in the Soviet Union, the Eastern Bloc, the Warsaw Pact?
Yes, there's some really big countries that are ruled by communism, and they are wrong if they don't have a utopia. They never created one. So yes, the communists were wrong. You don't, when you're an atheist, you don't have to stand by communism. You don't have to, just like you don't have to stand, just because you don't believe in a God, you don't have to stand next to somebody else who don't believe in a God, who has some bad ideas in their head that you personally don't believe in.
All right. So, well, how about this? Okay. So here in the United States, one of the freedom songs sang by our ancestors, right, was called "We Shall Overcome."
Okay.
We were fighting against racism. We were fighting for our civil and human rights. Over in Poland, the Solidarity movement also sang "We Shall Overcome." They were fighting against godless communists in Poland. Okay, so my question to the atheists is this: what freedom songs were they singing in the cause of human rights and human dignity and human freedom?
Other than the communists, I don't think there were, I mean, other than the people that you point out who's responsible for those atrocities, there was never any organized atheists that were singing some type of song. In the free world, the atheists were already always the minority who probably grew up in a religion, who just gradually just didn't believe it. It's like it's almost like you got to look at Western atheists who just ultimately just grew up religious and said they didn't believe it. I mean, they haven't done that. they haven't done what you're somebody said, "We Are the World." Yeah, that was a secular song, but
a secular song, and if I'm not mistaken, headlined by Quincy Jones, had Dionne Warwick, Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder. Michael Jackson's Jehovah's Witness. Stevie Wonder, very religious. In other words, my point being is that
Christmas has done more community outreach.
For people that made that song, you're going to be hard pressed to find any atheists in there.
Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not denying the simple fact that religion is good, has done a great job when it comes to community outreach, feeding the poor. A lot of good social programs were rooted in religion. Yes, I mean, I'm not saying that they've just been all bad or all horrible. They've been the only show in town. I mean, put it like this: this happened in a debate. One of those maybe one of those debates we referenced where somebody kept name dropping great people who were Christians who did this. He was like, it was the Christians who fought to abolish slavery. It was the Christians who did this. It was the Christians who did that. And the person pointed out, yeah, everybody was a damn Christian. So anybody who did anything good or bad was damn near a Christian when you go back through American history and talk about who did what, when, why, and where.
Right.
So
everybody wasn't a Christian. Sam Harris is a Jew. You have a number of Jews
you're talking about recent people who wrote books within the 2000s.
Right.
I think it was 2006 when the End of Faith came out. So you're talking about very recent people. But if you want to go back in history and say who was doing, what songs were the atheists doing, singing during?
Well, you had 3 Jewish workers that were killed in Mississippi. Well, no, two of them. Excuse me, Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner. One Cheney was black, but the other 2 were white Jews. They were killed in Mississippi.
Yeah, and thank you, Tank Johnson. He pointed out that was sort of the point that I was making. He said slave owners themselves were Christians. Yeah, the people fighting on both sides of the Civil War. The people fighting on both sides of the Civil War was Christians. Like, so that's why that's where it gets to the point of a pointless debate when we start, especially in the Western world, talking about historically who did what, why, and when.
No, it's not a pointless debate because the 4 horsemen are arguing that the reason why the world is jacked up the way it is right now is in this order: more recently Islam, and more historically Christianity and Islam. Okay, I'll take the argument. Fair enough. What do they propose be put in its place to deal with human problems, not
sure
scientific problems. Scientific problems, we can determine whether or not, for example, let's take the abortion debate right now. Okay, so can we safely and medically end a human pregnancy with little to no risk to the woman in question? Yes, the answer is yes, we can do it. As I read out the other night, you heard me on the other night, Planned Parenthood carries out as many as nearly 350,000 abortions a year. So we can do that. The question then becomes, well, should we do that? See, science can't answer that question. Science cannot tell us whether we should or should not end a human life. Or, matter of fact, there's a real debate about when human life begins. Those are questions that fall outside of science.
Okay, but why is that a big deal that those questions fall outside of science? There's a lot
because the Four Horsemen's argument is that science should be the predicate upon which we order our lives, and as Camille Paglia said so beautifully, science cannot answer those questions. That's the reason why art is so important. Liturgical art, calligraphy art in the Islamic world, art in the medieval Christian world, it is sublime. There is an aspect of the human experience that is sublime, that cannot be answered with just straight science.
No, you need some moral philosophy to answer those questions, and so then that's perfectly fine. I don't think science loses because it can't tell us whether or not we should do this risky surgery, this risky and expensive surgery on somebody who's 99 years old, who has a 10% chance of surviving the surgery, but it's going to cost $500,000 to do this surgery, but that $500,000 could possibly be allocated somewhere where we can have a 100% chance of saving the life of 20 young people. Science can't give us the answer on that. The science for damn sure figured out how to, gave us the ability to perform the surgery on that 99-year-old person or the 20 young people. So that's the victory for science. But if they're saying that science is the moral compass, then no, I disagree with that argument.
That's Steven Pinker's argument. Steven Pinker is another atheist. I'm a big fanboy of Steven Pinker. Steven Pinker argues, and he has a through line through his more recent books. He has a book out now arguing for reason, and he's arguing that we should use reason, which the scientific method uses rigorously. That should be the predicate upon which we should order our lives. I respectfully disagree.
Wow, you say you disagree with reason?
I disagree with the idea that religion, or that the sublime, and I like the way Camille Paglia put it. I disagree with the idea that the sublime has no place in the human experience and cannot even indeed inform the human experience. When we look at the mystical experiences that Jesus Christ experienced, that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, experienced, those, and we all have had those mystical experiences. I know I have. Listen, man, back in the summertime when I was going through, I definitely had some sublime experiences, man.
It's called morphine.
No, I wasn't jacked up on drugs. No, I would have went along with that if that was true, but I wasn't jacked up on drugs. I was having some sublime experiences back when I was going through what I was going through back in this. This is the first time I've ever publicly talked about. I've talked about it privately. This is the first time I've ever talked about it publicly. This right here, I've had, some sublime experiences that had nothing to do with medicinal drugs and painkillers. And that's not the first time I've had sublime experiences in my life. That is to say that I was not always under extreme duress.
Are you saying that that's proof of something?
Well, it's proof to me.
Yeah,
that there is a life beyond the physical realm. That's just proof to me.
And I used to argue with people on that, and I've gotten to the point where I have no passion. I use that passion to argue with people on that, because there's studies that talk about, that's shown how the mind operates, how they could, stimulate certain parts of the mind and give you an out-of-body experience and all. So, but at the end of the day, if somebody's personal experience is that's their personal experience and their personal belief. I long as what I don't like is somebody personal belief and personal experience and their anecdotal. I know because I know because I know because I feel it in my soul. I don't want any. I don't want to see any legislation passed based off.
Oh no. I think that's by definition. I think that's a deeply personal experience.
Right.
By
And so good. So I've learned not to fight with people's personal experience when it comes to that. I let people have that because I get it and I understand that people need it. And I remember when I started questioning my Christian faith, you know, when my mom caught wind of it, she was pretty upset and she wanted to talk to me about it. And yeah. So
what did she do? She finds out that you're actively questioning, you're reviewing your life.
I was already at the point, you know, I wasn't some card carrying atheist, but I was at the point where I literally could say, no, I am not a Christian. I was at that point. I was definitely staying.
So you wasn't an atheist, but you no longer considered yourself a practicing Christian either.
Exactly. Right. And I didn't mind talking to her about it. But when she went and told my grandmother, I'm like, whoa, don't do that to Granny. Granny is old. I don't want her trying to, you know, question me on this. I don't want to have to, you know, I for damn sure don't want to give her any honest answer. I mean, she's an old lady with her beliefs in her faith, and you know, I think she probably died like 5 years later. I'm not trying to send her to her death with questions and doubts. I want her to die with a smile on her face. Right. You know, believing that she's going to the great beyond or whatever the hell, you know, you know, so that's why I've gotten to the point.
So let me ask you this. So now is it right to say that your mother's deceased?
No, my mother is still alive. I'm talking about my grandmother.
Oh, your grandmother. Okay, gotcha.
That's my grandmother.
Both my grandmothers are deceased. All right, so let me ask you this. That brings another interesting question. And you know, Christopher Hitchens is now deceased himself.
Mm-hmm.
He pretty much rode the atheist train to the end. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider that there is indeed an afterlife?
I say there is no evidence for an afterlife, and this was my position when I got to the point where I stopped believing in it. Like I was sad. I was legit sad for about, you know, 30 minutes or so, but then I thought when I said, okay, I'm reminiscing, sounding like John Lennon, you know, imagine there's no heaven. But I was sitting there going through that little process. Okay, imagine there's no heaven. But then I started thinking back of my fundamentalist Christian beliefs, where I was like, wait a minute, there's no hell either. That means nobody is being tortured for an eternity for believing in the wrong God or calling God by the wrong name or not believing or believing that he had a son or not believing that he had a son. You know, so that helped me sleep easier that, you know, even if there's no heaven or no afterlife, I can sleep easier knowing that, nobody is being tortured for an eternity for committing the crime of believing the wrong thing. Because that was one thing I struggled with real bad. It's if heaven and hell wasn't depicted on, I mean, based on good people or bad people, it was, do you believe in the right thing or not believe in the right thing? And yes, that's based on your interpretation of Christianity, and nobody beat me over the head with how you interpret it. A lot of people interpret it that way. You gotta what is it? John 3:16, God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, and blah, 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 blah. And you have believing in him, you have everlasting life or whatever. You know, we know the scriptures that justify, substantiate. You got to believe in Jesus in order to get to heaven. So those who don't believe in Jesus, and quite frankly, even though I'm sure you acknowledge that he was, you know, he existed and he was a prophet of some sort.
Oh yeah, actually, Jesus Christ is mentioned more in the Quran than he is in the Bible.
Fair enough, but you don't believe that he was you don't
Son
believe
of man
that,
and all that sort of thing.
that God impregnated a virgin.
And all that.
Hashtag me too. All right. You don't believe that.
Right.
You don't believe that. So that by that belief system, yes, Mumia, Obsidian, Ali would die and go to hell. And I think that's kind of fucked up. You know, I do. I mean, I'm sure you've probably done some things that would warrant going to hell, but not because you believe the wrong thing.
From an Islamic standpoint, there are things you can do that, you know, more or less guarantee you getting into paradise. And one of those things that you can do is you can save a life. You save one, it says in the Quran, you save just one life, it's like you saved the whole of humanity.
Oh, great. When I was about 9 years old, because I was one of the few black kids that knew how to swim, I saved somebody from drowning. So great.
There you go.
I'm in. I'm in.
And see, now what I believe about the afterlife is I believe when I get there to the pearly gates of paradise, it's going to be big Brazilian butts number 45.
I was just about to say, you I don't think you're getting your 72 virgins of sin.
No, I don't want the virgins. What I want is big Brazilian butt slathered in coconut oil number 75. Yeah.
Like, y'all could keep the 72 virgins. Just give me about 3 big booty Brazilians with some experience.
Absolutely. Bring on the Babylonian whores. That's what I want. Bring it on.
Oh, man.
And you have a hard on for forever. You never have to worry about the refractory period and all that sort of thing. It just stays hard.
Yeah. LB Crypto. I mean, we all off of whatever subject y'all was whatever. Oh, no, wait, no, I think y'all were probably super chatting on this subject. He said Obsidian sound like Farrakhan at the Black Manosphere meetup. Shout out to King Frost. He says, I like this was good time to ask, can you okay, I gotta make it bigger, then I'm gonna possibly lose some of them. But he says, I feel like this was a good time to ask, can you react to Joshua Deshaun video of him nearly dying in the hospital and meeting the devil? I personally don't care to react to that. There are people that do content on that.
I'm not familiar with Joshua Deshaun. Who's that? Who's Joshua Deshaun? I never heard.
Well, I'm not familiar with the name, but I'm familiar with stories of people who nearly died and then went to hell and met the day. I don't know if you're talking about the guy who wrote the book, Divine Revelations of Hell, Divine Revelations of Heaven, where he almost died. I think he went to hell for a little while, then he went to heaven for a little while. I obviously have my skepticism when it comes.
Now that brings up another question that we got to plumb there, Bernard, and that's the question of now. Good. I believe there is good and evil in this world. I do believe that. I believe that there are supernatural forces of good and evil. Yes, I do. I do believe that there are supernatural forces of good and evil. And so I don't talk about it all the time. I don't make no big production out of it. But since we're, kind of having a de facto Thanksgiving roundtable kind of conversation, yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that there are forces of evil in this world. I do believe that, supernatural forces. I do believe that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I have seen evidence for me. I'm not saying everybody else got to do it. I'm just saying for me, I have seen some of that manifest itself.
Supernatural forces?
Yeah, evil. Yeah.
Evil?
Yeah.
You talking about some really intense black female fuckery or like some real mystical evil?
Well, that's a good question. Can black female effery be a manifestation of evil supernatural forces? That, you know what? I never saw that. I never thought about that before, but that's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know. We could very well be dealing with the exorcist type themes and just don't know it.
Yeah. Cole's still in the building. He said the founding fathers of the U.S. encoded freedom of religion in the Constitution because they were deist but agnostic. Yeah, that's generally what I thought was true. I thought it was very telling that they had the wisdom and wherewithal to grant freedom of religion, or freedom from religion, freedom of religion. You could believe whatever you want, and then the government, I forgot, I'm botching the wording, but they can't recognize one religion over the other. I used to always say and juxtapose that just the first amendment of the Constitution versus the first commandment in the Bible, the first of the Ten Commandments: thou shalt not put no other gods before me. So it's like that's why I didn't necessarily see the connection, but I understand why people say they were, it was divinely inspired. Like, I mean, listen, I think they knocked it out the park, even though, I mean, obviously you can find flaws in it, but I think that speaks to, America being a country built on ideas and not just on, some ethno state or some religious belief, or it's basically so I'm fumbling trying to put it in the
Well,
words.
you got it right. You got it
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
We in the way we do things in the United States. See, this is in England, where they have the Church of England.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at too. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do that, and we don't have an ethno state. Read Israel, which is one of our staunchest allies, if not the staunchest ally we have in the Middle East. And I love the Israeli people, and American Jewish people have always been good to the old man. But it is true they have an ethno state. It's true. Israel's for the Jews. Now that creates a problem with the way we do things here in the United States. The United States ain't for white people, or the United States ain't for Indians or whatever. It's for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a fundamental contradiction at work there. You kick the can down the road a little bit with it, but there is a fundamental contradiction. How do you reconcile a multicultural, multi-ethnic, secular but divinely inspired society with essentially a stomped down ethno state?
Yeah. One more time. So without religion, you think human beings would not be able to feel empathetic towards another human being? I let Obsidian. Okay, good. Because I was about to say I think
they would not be able to. No.
Oh, you think they wouldn't be able to?
No, and here's the proof.
Oh, strongly disagree.
Yeah, and here's the proof. Are you familiar with Fyodor Dostoevsky?
No, I'll just say no.
Dostoevsky was a 19th century writer from Russia. This would be old Russia, and he's perhaps best known for his work, The Brothers Karamazov. And that book, it's a novel fiction, but it makes the point that once you take God out of the equation, people devolve to their worst instincts rather rapidly. Once God is not, all is permitted.
I'll say this.
There's a check on just how hedonist I can go, because I got to remember the deity. And I'm going to account for. I'm thinking, he might grant me some dispensation here and there because I did some good things there. You know what I mean? But if I just go whole hog with it, how do you explain that?
I'll say this. Religion, I'm going to sound like the architect in the Matrix. Religion is a system of control. But I don't
disagree. We need some necessary control. You just can't just do whatever you want. You can just eat whatever you want, drink whatever you want, smoke whatever you want, screw whatever you want with no consequences, man.
And just to get slightly controversial with it, I think there are some intelligent people who can control themselves, but I think a lot of the less intelligent in society, I think they need it. I think they need that. However, I also do still believe, going back to the question that was super chatted, and Richard Dawkins talks a lot about this, how altruism it would evolve. They basically explained it somewhere along the lines of, we wouldn't make it to, Moses wouldn't have made it to Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments. They wouldn't have made it that far if they didn't already believe that they shouldn't be killing each other. Right. If they thought it was okay to kill each other, they never would have. They would have killed each other off before the 10 Commandments even told them not to do it. So some of it is within us, and then of course the theologian would say, yes, God wrote His code, His word on our heart. Well, a Darwinian would say that no, it was a survival advantage for a species, a higher thinking species, to look out for each other, to watch each other's back, to you scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's essentially so. And just think about it. Okay, you got one group, one pack of, I don't know what to say, herd, pack, group of humans, whatever we're called. One pack of human. I'm laughing under my breath. I'm thinking about Mel Gibson said, "I hope you get graped by a." Do you say a pack of? Okay.
Right, yeah. When he was blanking out that time. That was funny. When he was blanking out on that girl, I was like, wait a minute. What did she do? Like we was talking about Myron, blanking out on the 304s on the show. Okay, fair enough. But what Mel Gibson did made what Myron did look tame by comparison. That brother went berserk. I'm like, wait a minute, hold it. I'm thinking, sitting there thinking, no, okay, did he walk in on her? Or she was getting banged out by like 3 black guys or something. What did he do to make him blank out like that?
I thought about that when I said, you got one pack of humans over here, then I just instantly thought of Mel Gibson. But anyway, so you got one pack of humans over here. Let's just say it's 50 of them living in a camp together or whatever. Early times. This is just 200,000 years ago. Got another group over here. Is 50 of them. Let's say they're miles and miles and miles away. But either way, you got 50 of them over there. 50 over here, 50 over there. One group of humans look out for each other, watches each other's back, shares food, works together, and just let's just say they just had a natural just tendency or genetic proclivity or whatever to just look out for each other a little more. Then you got one other group over there, utter savages, complete law of the jungle. Somebody has one little small, piece of fruit in their hand. That's you're hungry. That's grounds to hit them in the head with a brick, kill them, eat the fruit. The next day, somebody's killing you.
And we need the religion to reign in those other element.
You're right, but see, here's the thing: that group over there. Take that group. Fast forward 100 years. Take the other group. Fast forward 100 years. Which group is still going to be in existence? The ones that looked out for each other. So you can see how natural selection would select the group of people that looked out for each other. Now, are there bad? Hold on, wait. Here's the point. Are there still bad actors in bad apples in the group of people that look out for each other? Yeah, because that's baked into the cake of the human animal. You can't get rid of that. So once we got more sophisticated and more complex, okay, let's write out some laws how people are going to conduct each other, how they're going to treat each other. Okay, people still treating each other like shit. Let's say God said do it. Put God in front of it. Now you got control. Now the person who probably could, oh shit, I dropped something. Now the person who probably could just crack somebody over the head and take the food and do whatever he wants to do, how he wants to do it.
Right.
He has some extra incentive not to do it. So that's why I said, yes, religion is useful. It's useful for the masses. It's definitely useful for the masses. And that's a condescending thing to say, because it puts me like I'm sitting up on some high hill. Oh, I don't need religion. I'm just fine. But you mere peasants down there, you need to believe in your little sky daddies. I don't like to talk like that, but I mean, I know I don't need it. But to quote Men in Black, what Tommy Lee said to Will Smith in Men in Black, or Will Smith was like, how could people believe this? Or how could people not know about aliens being everywhere and everything? Because in the movie, aliens were all around us,
right?
And Will Smith was like, people are smart. They figure this out. If there was all this stuff going on, they'll figure it out. He was like, yes, because the people are smart. But Tommy Lee was like, yes, no. He was like, no, the person is smart. The person is smart, but people are dumb. In large groups, the masses are dumb, and they can be controlled. They, and I'm moving on from that now. But they can be controlled. They can be led to believe certain things, and basically, yes, you can plant ideas into people's head. You can do that.
Well, that runs counter. So that and I have heard atheists. I'm talking about the Sam Harris. We know the names. Richard Dawkins type atheists say very similar things to what you said. So my response to that would be, then how do we reconcile that with the Western world, which is predicated on the individual, the person? The Western tradition, Christianity, and the Stoics, the Greeks, Athens and Jerusalem, is what informs the Western world that we live in today. which is predicated on the individual, protection of minorities, protection of minority rights, looking out for the individual, respecting the individual, and so on, not groups of people. Societies that are built on collectives like China today or North Korea today and so on, those are the societies that put forth a dogma that controls the masses, like the People's Republic of China, for example.
Okay, I think one of the major challenges of humanism going forward, and this sort of speaks to a lot of what we talk about here in this space. It sort of circles back into it. If people weren't forced to have a certain religious belief going back into the 30s, 40s, 50s, earlier part of the 60s, they weren't forced into that. They just believed it. They just culturally just clung to it. They clung to their religion. To paraphrase Obama, they cling to their religion. So I think going forward, now that the country is getting more liberal, traditionalism is dead, and the country gets more liberal, it does look more at the individual. And so if individual freedom and your own life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, all of that takes place, but there isn't a collective belief in something higher, I think one of the challenges going forward for the secular humanists or the left, more or less, is that they have to try to figure out a way how to bring some type of moral structure and framework that makes sense and works and produces good results, better results than people who believe in religion. Because the fact of the matter is, like, when they used to poll people, how many Americans identify as non-religious, like, you go back far enough, it would be at the 5% and gradually went up to 10%. I think right now it's at like 30%. Like, that's dropping down. It's going to be 50-50. Like, 50% of the people, sometime in the future, 50% of the people you see are going to be somebody who just doesn't claim any religion, a de facto agnostic or atheist. Like, that's going to be a thing real soon. And so you're asking a good question, when you talk about what systems will keep the masses in check, or will we, for lack of a better way to describe it, evolve to a point to where people will just rein in and check themselves. But I do say, and this is why I pump the brakes on arguing people about religion, I do to some degree understand that there are some, and there's good counter arguments to this, but there are some that actually need it. There are some to where it does rein in aspects of society. That doesn't mean it's true, but I'm not going to deny that it does keep large groups in check.
Well, it's interesting. We talk about whether or not morality is inborn in us, and you do make a good point about the altruism piece and so forth. Jonathan Haidt, who also has done a lot of research into this, the moral mind, and so on and so forth, the righteous mind, and so on. He argues, and there's some evidence for this as well, that our very sense of religion is something that has evolved in us as well. And he used that point to point out that today's modern left, the woke left, if you will, it has become morphed into a religion of itself. Of sorts. It has its own religious tenets. It has its own practices and all the rest. And I argue that has happened as a result of a weakening of the role of more organized religion in 21st century American life.
Well, are you more or less referring to how before, when I first started really paying attention to politics, the left were, pun intended here, they were very liberal. They were very liberal and had more like a, live and let live mentality, but it was the right, the conservatives, who were more, staunch down. I remember that was part of the debate. They used to say that the religious right, who basically got George Bush, elected, George W. How they used to try to legislate morality and everything. That was an argument coming from the left, but now it's gotten to the point to where now the left
is attempting to legislate morality.
Yes, they so it's almost like the left has abandoned religion, but they're gradually creating their own, and and they're being dogmatic about it. And so that speaks to the point that the religion, it evolved in us. It's in us. It's in us. It's inside the human to be tribal and dogmatic and have beliefs and just blindly go with it. And the other side, the other tribe, let's go back to those two groups of 100, the pack of people over here and the pack of people over there.
Right.
In my first scenario, they never met. In this scenario, let's just say they gradually migrate over and they end up meeting and seeing each other. Okay. It's a genetic survival advantage to have a strong distrust for that other group over there. The group who has a strong distrust and was prepared with the biggest, sharpest sticks and stones and ready to fight, that's the group that that natural selection would select. The ones that killed off had a deep-rooted distrust for the other people. So that's why you get a liberal, somebody becomes a Democrat, and they view the conservative as evil. The Christian views the Muslim as evil. The Muslim views the Christian as evil. So it's like we're naturally tribal, and so now in religious, and so now that we're dumping the religion, society, Western society, dumping the religion, and what's happening? They're replacing it with some. Here we go. We were circling back to what your original point. They're replacing it with another secular religion without a God. Will they do it right this time? Will they do it without amassing a bunch of bodies like they did with communism, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao? How will they do it? How will they do it? Because right now, if they don't rein it in, we're seeing the early stages of
Well, the wokeism, I call it wokeism, the religion of wokeism.
Yeah.
John McWhorter talks a lot about this. You like him. John McWhorter talks a lot about this. As a matter of fact, he's writing for the New York Times. He has a column twice a week over there. And he writes about this, how the woke on the left have now become their own religion unto themselves. G.K. Chesterton said it best. When you take away God, you don't start believing in anything. You don't start believing in nothing. You start believing in anything. And that goes back to the point about height and his point about how religion has evolved. We've evolved to seek meaning in a higher power.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
So that's a real challenge for the atheists. Okay, all right, atheists, how do you explain that on scientific grounds? There's scientific evidence that we have evolved to seek meaning in a broader universal context. What do you say about that, atheists?
I don't think. What do you mean by what do you say about that? I mean,
if the argument goes that we have evolved altruistic impulses and things of that nature, okay, and the atheists are okay with that and say we don't need religion because we've evolved altruistic impulses, sense of right and wrong, so forth. Okay, if you accept that, then you also have to accept the fact that there's evidence that shows that we also evolved our sense of morality, that we've also evolved our sense of seeking a higher power. Would they accept that?
I don't think they got a choice but to accept that, especially if there's good evidence for it. If it's good evidence for it and it's true, then you pretty much have to accept that and move forward accordingly. That yes, religion is built within people. And one thing that I noticed with a lot of atheists, I mean, I talked about this on the show before. There was something called the Sunday Assembly, where basically people who stopped believing in their religion, some guy just he set something up, he built it, basically a church. It was basically like an atheist church service where they just they gathered together, they sang I don't know, they sang "We Are the World, We Are the Children." I don't know what the hell they sang, but they sang songs. Everybody,
you gotta be kidding me. Can I look this up?
yes, you type in Sunday Assembly. Yeah, I don't know if it's still going on.
Yeah, let me look
Yeah.
this up. Now Courtney Michelle says hi. Hey Courtney, if you want to come on up and chop it up with us, we're having a heck of a conversation. That doesn't have anything to do with black women. We are talking about the existence of God or the lack thereof. That's what we're talking about. Does God exist? And if so, how so? If God does not exist, if so, how so? Etc. Etc. That's what we're talking about right now. So it's kind of like a de facto or virtual Thanksgiving dinner. You know how it is. You have Thanksgiving dinner. You have some really great discussions and conversations. That's what me and Barnard is doing right there. So Courtney, if you want to come on up and tell us your thoughts about God or the lack thereof, I mean, well, I'd like to hear that. That would be really good. But to go back to your point about this Sunday, this is serious. You're serious. A guy actually organized this like a church.
Yeah, they get together. Somebody speaks. He don't preach a fire and brimstone sermon from the holy book, but he I
was about to say. I said, okay, so what's going to be are they going to say, well, turn to page, chapter thus and so in the book? Excuse me, the atheist book or whatever. I was about to ask you about that.
No, what happens is somebody probably just gives a inspirational speech. They talk about their I don't know. I mean you could imagine that there are things that could be said that are useful to humans that don't necessarily involve a God. I mean, hell, listen to a Joel Osteen. Courtney, you need to mute. I'll mute you up. All right. Listen to a Joel Osteen sermon. Like even pastors today, they would just read like one scripture from the Bible, just one little passage. I mean, they would read one little passage.
Well, we had that experience. Courtney will kindly recall. We had that experience recently. That would have been a few months ago. We had a very similar experience when she was on the show, and the brothers got up there and they quoted I don't even think it certainly wasn't a whole chapter. It was more like a few lines, and that was it. And they were really adamant about it too. Hey, the woman need to do this. The woman need to do that.
Yeah, they did a verse. You did the whole chapter. It's like, okay,
and it was funny because I was like, well, wait a minute. It says right here in the next chapter what you guys got to do, and they ain't had nothing to say about that. So,
well, I mean that whenever anybody has used that, it's look, and I like I said, I'm not religious, but I never like when they use that because, and I think somebody explained this either to you either that day or a different day, that basically the whole thing about a woman remaining silent or something like they're talking about in the context of church. If I understood it right, they're not supposed to. Oh
no, they meant that. They meant across the board. Basically the Taliban without the Taliban.
No, I'm talking about what the Bible says. It basically says that a woman is not supposed to teach or be in a leadership position over a man in the context of church. If I understand it right.
That's correct.
So I was like, okay, Obsidian's YouTube channel isn't exactly a church, like I mean, or anybody's YouTube channel isn't a church. So I never felt like that applied. I never felt like that applied. So
they felt it applied. All right.
Listen. Let's
it applied on YouTube. It applied in the home. It applied in the church. It applied anywhere they wanted to apply.
Obsidian. I have no desire to beat up on some random caller to your show who used the scripture.
It wasn't just one caller though. It was a whole bunch of guys. It just was one guy. But see, this goes to your point though about how religion is a tricky thing because if you're not careful, you can get some, we can run into some trouble there. So this is where I do concede the atheist point. You got to be very careful with that. You have to be very careful because if it's in the wrong hands, things can get hairy really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That agreed. But the simple point I was making about the non-theistic Sunday assembly that what did I say? Joel Osteen or a lot of pastors, they will read a scripture from the Bible and then just use that as their springboard to ultimately give a motivational speech with Jesus vaguely in the background somewhere, like Jesus like over there somewhere, but they ain't really talking about the Bible. They just giving a normal motivational speech. So I just think that's essentially what the atheist church does. Is some people come up and just give some type of motivational, encouraging speech about something. I think that's.
Yeah, I gotta look this up. The Sunday Assembly.
Sunday Assembly, the Sunday Assembly. But that speaks to the idea, the notion that human beings, we are naturally religious. Like it evolved in us to seek out something higher or greater, and they've said it's some scientific evidence to show that yes, it's evolved in us to seek it out, whether it's true or not. That's just a natural inclination of human beings to to want that. But
now I'm looking this up online right now. They said it got its start in the UK.
I didn't know it started in the UK. I know some people here was doing it.
Sanderson Jones and Pippa Evans, and they're comedians, and they got it started on January 6th, 2013. He said the gathering is mostly for non-religious people who want a similar communal experience to a religious church, though religious people are also welcome. And they also say, this goes to your point, Bernard, as of December 2019, assemblies are established in 48 locations around the world, with the majority in Europe and the United States, and are run and funded by volunteers from their communities. Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah.
It says here UK, Australia, Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, New Zealand, and the United States. And they have a website, thesundayassembly.com.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Real quick, Clue in the building. He says, wokeist want government to be God. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. We also got Pernew back in here with another one. He says, intelligence won't necessarily make people more moral. Look at Nazi Germany. They merely use their intelligence to explain away their evil deeds. Well, it is the case that typically the more intelligent somebody is, the higher their IQ, the less likely they are to be religious, and the more intelligent somebody are, the less likely they are to be a criminal. So there is evidence that intelligence does make you more moral. But if you're talking about you get an intelligent sociopath running a country, then that's a different thing. So that's a different thing. Shout out to were you about to jump in, Courtney? Sound like you.
I was.
Go ahead.
Because I was going to say that I am actually religious. So I do practice Christianity. I do believe the God of the Bible. I do believe in Jesus. And it's interesting because I was raised in the church, but when I went to school, I became a 5%er.
What is that?
Well, 5% is a religion was founded in New York, where it was the essence is the black man is God. So if you ever hear someone saying peace, God, what's up, God, that's usually kind of the 5% nation. So I used to be,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
5%.
They're an offshoot of the Nation of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've heard of the term 5%er. You said that's a religion that believes, just like the dudes walking around saying the black woman is God. There's a religion that believes the black man is God.
Well, in essence, yes. It's, and stemming from the Bible, again, when we take verses and not read the whole entire chapter or book, it's, I'm made in his image. So it's as if, the black man is made in God's image. So if I'm made in his image, then I am like a God. So call me God. And that's, I can't.
Other than just calling
like Carmelo
God,
Anthony. Mm-hmm.
Other than just calling him God, like what else did it entail? Because I'm very skeptical of when men have a very fanciful, men-friendly interpretation of religion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think whatever it is that a man wants or is trying to do, that he should, try to do it and go out and get it. But there are obviously men that use religion as a way to manipulate the masses. And so I'm asking, what else does that what else does that entail other than just referring to him as God? What else? I mean, what were the male perks?
Well, I don't know if it was the male perks, but if if you look at yourself as a God, then you're going to see, and you look at the black man as a God, you're going to see your brother as a God. So it's a hot, it was very respectful black man, black woman, because it was as if, God created us specifically being black, and that we were his chosen ones and we're in his image. So, I got a part of that in college because it felt like home. It was like, being black was beautiful and godlike, and, it made me feel really, really amazing. But then when I started reading the Bible, I was like, well, this ain't what I'm interpreting, what you're telling me. So, religion can be used a lot of times to manipulate the masses, to make you feel higher than. And so, yeah. So then I actually converted and I became a Christian. And that's what I am today.
So,
and then, of course, me being a Christian, then it's all you praise the white Jesus, and you're colonized, and the Bible was made by the man, and it's so. Of course, I get that pushback all the time.
You went from worshiping the black man as God to worshiping white Jesus.
White Jesus.
You just went from. God damn.
That's what they say. But do I believe I worship a white Jesus? No. Just because Leonardo, Da Vinci made a painting, and it wasn't of necessarily Jesus, but it happens to be in churches, that does not say what the Bible says. So, for me and my religion and my belief, I go to the book of the Bible, and I don't go against, like Obsidian said, someone to take a scripture and then blow it up doesn't understand the whole Bible, what it means. There's different, terminology used in that time that we don't use in this time. So, I've learned to kind of have to back up my religion, and not just because I believe, try to find facts and beliefs in it. So, yeah. So I am a Christian. I am religious.
Now, what do you? Now, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard between us, Courtney. How much? How much were you able to hear?
A little bit towards the end. When I came in, that's when I said, "Hey, old man."
Okay, so you didn't hear the rousing debate that me and Bernard had.
Lord, no.
About atheists versus believers.
Okay.
No, you didn't hear that. Okay, so all right, so what is your take on atheism?
Well, I mean, it's that don't believe in God. That's what I think an atheist is, and goes towards more scientific based facts. And if they can't find a fact, then it's not necessarily a belief. It has to be factual. So, I know atheists. I've read a lot of atheist books. Christopher Walken's, that I believe is his name.
Christopher Walken is the actor.
Christopher. Oh, he just died of cancer. I might be messing up his last name. Hitchens. There we go. I apologize. Right. The white man look alike. So,
which one of his books did you read?
Oh shoot.
Pulled her card that fast. She fake. I'm just playing.
I think she meant Hitchens. Yeah.
She's Googling. Let me help you out. There's God is not great is the one that I read. God is not great, and then did he write a book called? I didn't read this with. I think he wrote a book. We're talking about the Catholic Church. Mother Teresa, I think it was called The Missionary Position.
Right.
Funny ass title.
Yeah.
Damn, did she flatline? What happened?
I don't know. Hello, are you there? Courtney. Hello, Courtney, are you there?
Yeah, one she read that is great. That's the one that I. That's the one that I read.
Yeah.
Orenthal J Speed, what's up, man?
You got it.
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
Hey, what's going on? Wait a minute, old man. I got something for you early this morning.
Oh, okay, cool.
I got something good for you early this morning. All right, let me go ahead and get it for you, okay?
Okay.
You see right there. All All right. That's the old man's book.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you got it. Hold on. Let me get that off of the screen so we can see your commercial, your endorsement.
Yeah, man, endorsement for old man's book. And all you thought it could be only used for toilet paper, I'm telling you, it's good reading.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. But anyway,
were you a 5%er?
Huh?
I think he's straight nation.
I respect the brothers. 5% is what got me into the nation. And for all you Christians out there who think that's strange that the young lady said they believe in God, but not for you being a good Christian, I don't understand why you didn't know that. In the Bible, it says you are God. 82-6 say ye are all God's children of the Most High. Now, if you want me to pull that up for you, because you like for me to have information, I'll pull it up and share my screen.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I understand what's happening right. Because I was trying to see if Courtney was in the chat. I was putting the link back out there for her. I operate in good faith under the assumption she has had some technical issues. Issues.
Come in.
So yeah, come on back. Oh yeah, I think there she go. And she's gone. She did pop up in the back. All right. So let me make sure I understand what you're saying, OG. You're saying that it is accurate that the black man is God.
No, it's accurate that all human beings are considered gods.
Well, if everybody's a god, nobody's a god. Why do we need that?
No, I didn't say the God. I say gods.
I know, but if everybody's a god, nobody's a god.
Listen to what I'm saying. Why is everybody? If everybody's human, that means nobody's human.
Damn it. That's like the first time you hit me with something. No, human is a default. So if you're saying God,
no,
everybody's a god. You're saying everybody's a
you didn't create
god.
I'm sorry, say that again. All human. You can say somebody created you, but you created your son, but you didn't create all humans, so you can't be a default.
No. I said everybody's a human. That is a default. But to say that everybody's a god, that
who will you say that if you're not basing it on you being something other than a Christian, then you can have that as because that's what you believe. And belief is based on not having enough knowledge to understand it to be true.
All I'm saying is this: is that if anybody says that everybody's a god, then the whole concept.
Let's get over this. Let's share my screen. You would like for me to have evidence? Share my screen.
No, yeah, I know what I'm saying. The evidence is what is the evidence? You're going to show me that it says in a book that I don't believe that something is something?
No, I'm going to show you in every Bible that's been written on this earth say ye are all gods. That's what the Bible says. That's what James.
So let me get this straight. You don't believe in the Bible, Bernard?
I don't believe that it was a divine holy book written by the creator of the universe. No.
Now that's a tricky thing there. Well, hang on a second, because the Bible is a very tricky document because for one thing, we have two major parts of the Bible. We have the Old Testament and the New Testament. So are you saying which half do you take issue with?
Both of them.
Okay.
I mean, if you ask me to
the Torah, let's just get that straight off the point.
Okay.
Well, and Bernard, that's not what the Bible says. It said the book is inspired by God. So it's interesting.
Well, okay, no. Okay, all right. No.
So
to me, that's semantics to say that it doesn't say that God wrote it. It just said it was inspired by him. Okay, so if the people who wrote it was divinely guided, and you say that it was God divinely guiding them, we got to assume that their words if the words that they wrote are not the words of God, then we basically looking at the chopped up word of man.
It's inspired by God,
maybe,
meaning that there's men that wrote the book. Their names is on every chapter. And they're telling you, I was inspired by God. These are stories that has happened. The Bible are stories. And what's interesting is that I think a lot of our thinking, a lot of atheist thinking is antiquated because a lot of this stuff has been proven. As a matter of fact, well, it has been proven that most and a lot of atheists right now will concede that there was a man named Jesus that walked the earth. Now, they won't concede that he did miracles, but they're just now. But what I'm saying is that they're just now starting to admit that. 20 years ago, it was there was never a man named Jesus. So now they're conceding, like, yeah, we do believe there was a man named Jesus that walked the earth. We just don't believe that he did the miracles.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. First off, maybe you're right when you say 20 years ago, because I know that it was a lot of stuff. I mean, I read Bart Ehrman's misquoting Jesus, where he, you know, it's a lot of people that say there's a lot of people who made the case that he probably never existed. But like, even if we accept that, there was a dude named Jesus that walked the earth. He was a prophet. He said some good things. They didn't like him and they killed him. If we generally accept that, that doesn't substantiate your initial claim that somehow proves some validity to the Bible. That, you know, if the holy supernatural stuff isn't fully substantiated, then I don't think you got nothing. Like, we know that, like, a lot of the time, the places and times, yes, it existed, you know, but it doesn't. You can't prove none of the divine stuff happening. And if you don't got that, I don't think you got nothing.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that you can't necessarily physically prove to this day. It doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right. It just means that you don't got proof that it happened.
Right.
Yes.
So again, bringing that to the book of the Bible, there's a lot of stuff as far as with miracles in there. There are miracles because those things don't happen every day. They rarely happen, if any at all. So just because it's said in the Bible that these are miracles happen, you're saying, well, you got to prove it. Not necessarily. Because there's a lot of stuff that you can't prove.
Well, an atheist
that
will
did
say
happen.
it's a freak of nature when something different happens.
Well, to what Courtney said, that again, and me and Obsidian kind of touched on this. It just falls back to your faith. Okay, you got your faith, you just believe it. But some people just believing it without evidence just isn't enough. And so with that, you either have faith or you don't. You either believe it or you don't. But saying
you
that
believe in a lot of things without you have evidence.
Explain.
Have you ever seen air?
That's a good point.
Are you serious?
No, that's a good point.
We can measure the existence.
You can
of
measure
oxygen.
all you want to, but have you ever seen it?
Well,
we don't have to see it. We can measure it. We know it's here.
How do you measure
it?
How do you measure it?
Okay, now you
by
just
pressure?
pop quizzing.
That's what you're saying, pressure? You could
now all you're doing is you're about to try to just pop quiz me. I mean, I'm not the scientist.
No, I'm not pop quizzing you. I'm just asking you a question, brother.
No, but I think that's a bad argument.
I know it's a bad argument because you can't answer it.
But
if we have evidence that something exists and we know, the human body cannot breathe without oxygen. You remove oxygen, we die.
Oxygen?
Holy shit.
See what I'm saying?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So that argument you've been making before.
No. If you make an argument that can be refuted by a Google search, you don't have an argument.
No,
I can refute your argument with a Google search.
You know that.
Holy shit!
It can tell you anything.
All right. Okay.
That's how
I tend to believe.
When you start talking about belief.
No,
and faith.
You're pop quizzing me. I've been out of school for a while, but I tend to believe.
But I'm an old man.
By the time we all were in the 8th grade, I'm pretty sure that we probably read in a science book somewhere the evidence that oxygen actually exists. I mean, like I don't think you have to have more than a remedial 8th grade, possibly elementary school education to understand that oxygen actually exists.
Right.
All right. So if you want to do that argument, by that argument, we can also say going back to Courtney's point about the existence of Jesus, we can also then say we can use the scientific method and the tools of the scientific world, archaeological evidence, archaeological findings and historical analysis and whatnot. We can prove that Paul existed. We can prove that Paul wrote what's known today as the Pauline epistles. We can prove that, for example.
Okay.
And that's why I back you up in that corners to get this kind
You
of
didn't
conversation.
you didn't back me up into a corner, and I don't. Obsidian, your point that you're saying that you could be proven that Paul exists and that he wrote the epistles, but like I don't. That doesn't prove that the Bible was. As I'm gonna word it the way I worded it, was written by the creator of the universe or inspired by him either.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
I was about to
prove
say
any of that.
I'm no Christian, but I do derive from many devout Christians. I've never heard anyone in the long line of clerics that I derive from make the case that God himself wrote the Bible.
Well, no, not that he picked up some divine mystical pen and put the pen to page and wrote it. But I mean, it's called the Word of God for a reason. These people who wrote it, they were writing. God wrote. Can we agree that God wrote it through them? I mean,
you can make that argument. You can make that case. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. What I'm saying is that's something that can't be proven. You just have to have faith. You just have to believe it. But proving that Paul exists does not prove that God wrote the epistles through Paul. That's all I'm saying. That's why I say it just falls back to either you got the faith or you don't.
Okay, well, then let's go with this question. Let's go with this question then. Hold on for a minute, man. Let's go with this question then. If you don't believe in God, where did creation come from? How the fuck did your science tell you where creation comes from?
Holy shit! Here we go. This is going to get all deep and long into some stuff. Now, okay, two things that me and Obsidian covered this earlier.
I was listening.
Okay, good. So you already know part of the answer is that I don't say 100% fist on the table there is no God, because there's no way to know that. What I say is that I'm agnostic in the sense that that's literally what agnosticism is. You lack knowledge of whether or not there's a God. So technically, if we're intellectually honest, we're all agnostic. You can believe in a God, but if you get backed into a corner, you have to say, but do you know for a fact? You would have to acknowledge that no, I don't know for a fact. I just have my faith.
But that's not. I don't
Wait a minute.
I don't agree with that.
That's fine. Let me finish. Me backed into a corner, I would have to acknowledge, no, I don't know for a fact that a God doesn't exist. I just lack faith in one. I just lack a belief in one.
Okay.
So that's simply where I'm at with it. I just lack a belief. Now, and y'all, and hold on, all of you understand exactly where I'm coming from. So
yes.
Like, and I'm paraphrasing Dan Barker. Wait, no, that wasn't Dan Barker. I forgot who it was. I read a few books. I forgot who did this, who said this. I think it was Dan Barker. He was a preacher up until he was 34. Then he stopped believing. It was the first book on this subject I ever read. He basically he was giving a speech, and he asked a lot of people, okay, how many of you believe in Zeus? Raise your hand if you believe in Zeus. Okay, raise your hand if you believe. And he's just start naming all kind of gods through mythology. He even worked his way all the way up to Allah, and he got all the way in there because everybody in the room was a Christian. So everybody kept putting their hand down or putting their hand up. I forgot how he asked them to do it, but either way it goes, he said, "You see, all of you are atheists, just like me. Only difference is I just believe in one less God than you." and when you look at it like that, like, y'all understand the position of somebody who lacks belief in a God, particularly one of the gods of the religions that's been, one of the religions that's been followed, or one of the gods that's been worshipped by men throughout, the history of man. You understand what is not to lack. You understand what it is to lack a belief in one of them. I mean, to lack a belief in all of them. You understand exactly what that is. The person who gets in the agnostic place, the same place that you are, Courtney, when it comes to Allah, Zeus, Thor, Mithra, that's just the same place I am with Yahweh, the God of the Bible. It's like, so when you understand that, you understand an agnostic or an atheist position. I feel the same way about the God of the Bible as you feel about the Hindu gods. That's essentially the position.
Well, this is what brings my faith. And the gentleman was saying it a little bit as far as, how the world began or something he was saying. I'm paraphrasing. But for me, if you think about space, right? Mm-hmm. So space is timeless. We don't know when it was created. They can try to figure out when the Earth was created, but not space.
They know it was a Big Bang, and
no, it's a theory. It's a theory. It's not a fact. So here's the thing.
Yeah, theory is as high as you can get in science.
But some scientists are saying it's not that theory has been debunked.
You gotta look that up. That when science, the theory ultimately explains the facts, but in just general, in a general sense, when we're just talking about theories, if you got a good idea, my theory is that, if A, B, C, and D happen, then X, Y, and Z will happen. Well, really, what you got is a hypothesis. Whenever we say theory, what we're really saying is a hypothesis. But when scientists say theory, they mean more than just, I think this happened. No, it's more or less all this collection of facts that the universe is expanding and everything else, and they've measured the background radiation. They've done so much stuff and gathered so much facts, and all the Big Bang Theory does is just puts an umbrella over all those facts, essentially.
But it's not, theories are not a fact. It's just an explanation through what they observe.
An explanation of the fact.
But it's not a fact. Facts and theories are two different words, two different completely definitions. A theory cannot be proven.
You're never going to be able to argue that.
In science, nothing can be proven 100%. In science, everything is a theory. Literally, everything is a theory. Even gravity. It's a fact that gravity exists, but the theory of gravity explains how gravity works. Like that's
right.
I'm saying that's generally what people don't understand. The universe beginning to exist and expanding. That is a fact. The theory, the Big Bang Theory, is just what ultimately explains that fact.
Right.
That we're talking about.
This is what brings this is what makes me a Christian. Okay. Because you have to have theories on something I know my God created. And this is why I know my God created, okay? Because when I said when you look at space, and you can look at the Big Bang Theory, but again, it's a theory because they can't prove it. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure if you're familiar with CERN in Europe, CERN.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You are, right. So you know the
God particle. Yeah.
Absolutely.
They have more than one. It's in the United States now, too.
Either way,
okay, hold on.
I want to let you get to your point. Then we're going to back up.
Right. So with CERN, they're trying to find, like Obsidian said, the God particle. So they have this big hydro something machine, and they're trying to pull this dark matter out of the earth to try to create the Big Bang, and they can't do it. And they find out when they keep taking these particles out from the universe that it's messing up people. People are acting weird. It's having a whole lot of negative effects on people when they bring it in there. So they're still trying. They've been trying to do this for decades upon decades. But what I'm saying is with science, and if you look at the space is timeless. There's no time. You can theorize it, but you don't know it by fact. Space is also, the particular matters and things like that. So it doesn't have an absolute beginning. It doesn't have necessarily absolute matter that you can create. And it has to be something that made space, that made this dark matter, that made everything. It has to be timeless because space doesn't have a time. So its creator had to be timeless. It's immaterial as far as with space. So whoever created it has to be immaterial. Ooh. When I look at space, I know that there's a God because God is timeless. God is spaceless. God is immaterial.
All right. That's not an uh-oh. That wasn't even almost an up-oh.
This is how you know that
Obsidian,
there is
hold
a
on,
God.
stop, hold on. No.
Uh-oh.
Are y'all seriously gonna say uh-oh to that?
Uh-oh.
Are y'all serious?
Thank you.
Yes.
Obsidian, you smarter than that, Obsidian. You know that it was a million holes in that argument.
Where? Please tell me where.
Come on. Okay. Where do I start? I want to go. Okay, first, here's the first thing. I'll try to go back to the beginning and work my way to the end of it, even though I'm probably gonna forget a few steps. So you might have to remind me what you said. Going to the beginning, you said, see, with science, you have your theories. Theories are not facts. But with my religion, I have my God that I know because I feel it in my soul. That was what you said in the beginning.
Well, I ain't
So you
say it all like
well,
that.
you that's the implication. that's no.
Okay.
Those are hold on.
I'll let you have it. Brother.
Those are the implications of use of your words. I'll try to paraphrase you exact. I'll try to paraphrase you exactly this time.
Okay.
You said, see, you just have theories of how the universe began, but I know my God created it.
Hallelujah.
Like yes. Okay. Thank you.
Oh my
You did
God.
everything. You did everything but speak in tongues. So don't even. All right. Going forward, you talked about the Hadron Collider, and you said that they're trying to find the God particle, which scientists do all the time. They use language that's catchy, so when they write their articles, people will read it. But the scientists doing the work don't call it the God particle. And what they're doing, they're trying to recreate. I mean, it's more complex than that. And I hate it when people talk about scientists doing science and say, well, they can't do it. They can't. No, scientists are constantly doing science. They're never going to be done doing science. They're going to constantly be at the drawing board. They live at the drawing board, even if they get a level of success in what they're figuring out with the Hadron Particle Collider that is called. Even when they get some success with that, they answer one question, it's going to open up 1,000 more questions. So they're still going to be there doing the same work. So it's like the work is never done. So to try to use the fact that scientists are working on the problem as a deficit of science, but they're actually rolling up their sleeves working. Like, no, I like them more than the people that say we already know because we know because a book said it that was written thousands of years ago by now I'm about to be by goat herders who thought the world was flat. Okay, sorry, I had to be disrespectful.
With this, Bernard?
Nope. All right, I'm trying to remember.
Moses wasn't a goat herder though.
Sheep herder.
Oh, sheep, goat, camel.
Neither was the Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad was a businessman. And it's called a negative particle. It's called a negative particle. That's what it's called.
No, it's not really called the God particle. That's just what
it's called a negative particle.
Yes, that's what they do to get people to read it. Okay. All right, going forward, she said that space exists, but it can't be proven or it can't. I forgot exactly how she worded it.
I said space is timeless. Space is immaterial.
Okay, but they actually know space is immaterial.
That's what I said.
I don't know where you found out that space was immaterial.
No, I get what she's saying. It is.
It is.
Okay, well, that's still
something
depends.
going on with your camera, Bernard. Something funky with a line.
Is God telling him to stop?
All right.
Supernatural Jesus.
All right, yeah, that's the all-powerful God just making a line go back across my screen. He really flexing. He really flexing.
He big flex.
he really flexing.
He's playing with you this morning.
All right, we're
smoking in a minute at the top of the head.
I know. All right, so anyway.
Oh boy,
it's pretty strong evidence. Like you're going back to like pre-Big Bang cosmology where they believed in like just a steady state, infinite universe that existed forever and will exist forever. We do got it's pretty good evidence of how the universe began with a big bang. There's pretty good evidence of what will happen to it going forward. But to everything that you said, it's an argument that a lot of theologians make, that it's basically the something. Mute up for a second. I'm hearing background from you. I think that's you, Courtney. Yeah, it's basically the argument that something has to be eternal. If something exists, something has existed forever. The universe began to exist at one point, so something before the universe would have had to existed, and whatever that is that existed would have had to existed forever. So we're going to take that unknown and say that it's God. That's called the God of the gaps argument. That's taking a gap. That's taking a gap in human knowledge and understanding and plugging in your particular God in there and saying that this is how we know that a God exists, because you can't explain this. And they've been doing that for millennia, that whenever it's something that we can't explain, that human beings can't explain, they say, this is how we know, see, that's God doing it. Then we explain, why the wind blows, and now God doesn't do that. We explain why the earth shakes. It's this tectonic plates under the earth that make it move and shake. So now God's not shaking the earth anymore. We explain rain, fire, wind. We explain all of this stuff, and now you can't plug God into it anymore. So God has been retreated all the way out into the holy of holies of the universe, the last place that we fit, the last thing that we, the final frontier, so to speak, the thing that we haven't figured out. Your God is hiding over there in that corner, that last, thing that we haven't figured out, and you're going to plug God there. Now, hold on, wait, real quick. I have heard people put together really good arguments that I think is better than the God did it argument. And it basically goes something like this. If we agree that if something exists, something would have had to always exist, okay? And so let's just look at it like this. We understand that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only change its form, okay? It can't be created. It can't be destroyed. It only can change its form. So if something exists and it can't be created, then we got to assume it has always existed. If something exists and it can't be destroyed, we got to assume it will always exist. And if that thing that can't be created, can't be destroyed, it exists and it always will exist, but it can change its form, then it's safe to say that the universe in one way, shape, form, or another has always existed. Now, the universe is essentially matter and energy. So if matter and energy in one way, shape, or form has always existed, and the universe in one way, shape, or form is always, so if matter and energy in one way, shape, or form has always existed, and the universe is essentially matter and energy, it's safe to conclude that the universe in one way, shape, form, or another has always existed. And far back as what we can tell right now with our limited tools is that, yes, the Big Bang happened. We don't know what was going on before the Big Bang, but we can probably safely conclude that matter and energy took a form. We don't know what form it was in before that. We don't know what was going on before that. There's no way of knowing. That's why I say intellectually honest. We have to be agnostic, but we do know that that the universe took a form, changed its form, and started big banging, started expanding, and that it's going to expand. It's technically okay. It's going to expand to the point to where all the atoms, particles, molecules in the universe will spread and stretch so far to where it's just going to be practically nothing in it. That's what the evidence shows. Now, because hold on, wait, stop. No, you just stop, because you the one said
stop.
Hold on. You the one.
Stop it. It's Thanksgiving.
You the one that said God did
Thanks,
it. Hey, that should have been. You did that. So don't come in. You the one did a little praise shout dance.
Here's the thing.
He had the Holy Ghost. I give you that much, Bernard.
I'm about to be petty. I'm about to be petty and not let you respond and pass the game changer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the reason why I came up was because the woman in the bottom said something interesting about space as it relates to religion. Because
game changer. Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. Did you know that was Did you know that was Courtney Michelle, or are you being petty?
I can't tell from the picture.
Okay, yeah.
That's all right. It's all right.
I thought you knew who she was. You were just being petty.
No, I didn't. You know, I'm not good with voices, and I can't really tell from the picture. So yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
No, I mean you know me well enough to know I don't do stuff like that. But
I know, I couldn't help it. I had to slip that joke in. It would have been funny though.
Okay, but no. Okay, so yeah, now I see the names, but yeah, Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about space, because it's the absence of something, it doesn't need to be created. You do understand that, right?
Just to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't understand that because I don't believe that's true.
Let's look at it from a religious standpoint.
Okay.
So, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, but what was there before heaven and earth was created?
God. And that's what we call God.
I'm talking about
there
what
was nothing.
The area. Excuse me. Let me make this clear. What was the area that God created the earth and heaven in called?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what space is. Space is the absence of earth or, heaven or what have you. Somebody said the void. The void is the space. And notice how in the Bible it doesn't mention that God created space. So space isn't something, and this isn't me, picking a religious side or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that space shouldn't be used in this way. It wasn't created by Big Bang, and it most certainly wasn't created by God. It's the absence of something. An absence isn't something that was created. It is the absence.
Well, from an Islamic standpoint, Allah is the Lord of all the worlds and the creator of everything that exists and all that is in existence, including a void, because a void does exist.
Mm-hmm.
It exists as what, Obsidian?
A void.
Well, yes, that's an abstract.
And by the way, and that's the reason why in the Islamic context there is no representation of God. It's forbidden because it's such a concept that is abstract by definition. If you look at Islamic art, which is like calligraphy, it's by definition abstract.
Okay, so if both God and space is abstract, then one can say who created God, just like one can say who created space. Correct?
Yes, and it has been it's been addressed in the Quran too.
Yeah. Oh, really? Was it his father? Like, what did the Quran say about who created him?
Nobody. That's just it. The idea that God was created is addressed in the Quran.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is
wait a minute. Okay, there we go.
The concept of an abstract being not being created could also apply to space, is what I'm saying. But I don't want to, challenge people's religion. I just want to say that it's probably not the best example for Courtney to use space in this regard. But you can say, celestial objects. You did mention dark matter and things like that, which is applicable. But in its current form, those aren't timeless.
Right. So this is why I use space, and this is why I will use space. It's because space is a creation of. So nothing from nothing equals nothing. So in order for there to be space is where we all planets orbit around, sun, moon, all that. That is the space where it is. God could be space.
Okay.
But here's the thing. God could be space. But what I'm saying, when I say it's immaterial, what I'm meaning is that it's nothing physical that you can touch, grab, or see. So it's timeless because you don't know, no one knows when it was created. So in order for something to be immaterial, something immaterial has to make it. In order for it to be timeless, where it doesn't have a time and when it was started, the creation of it the creator of it has to be timeless. That's what we call God. I'm not battling the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, the God of the Torah. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying.
There's something that you're talking about, Courtney, is nothing. It's literally nothing. Therefore, it's not created. It is because there's nothing to create because it's nothing. It's kind of like, seeing a lot where a building should be and then saying, who's the architect of that nothing because there's no building there. So there's no architect because there's nothing there. You get where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
I see where you're going, but the lot is something. Space is something.
Mm-hmm. Well, the
Space
lot,
is where
the,
everything
the lot is,
resides in.
well, here's where the analogy breaks down, because the lot has earth and air and things like that. Space doesn't have any of those things. So once again, and I want to point out, Courtney, that the Bible doesn't even mention that God created space.
Wait a minute. You need to back up on that. You said space don't have what?
It doesn't have anything. It's space. It's the absence of everything.
Isn't everything that you describing is in space?
Yeah, but the thing.
Okay, listen what you just said. You can't separate something when it's a part of something.
Huh?
You can't separate something when it's a part of something.
So you saying,
but it's not a part of something.
If you say space and everything that we speaking of, Earth, Moon, everything is inside of that.
And these are different things inside of space.
Objects inside of
space.
Those are objects inside of space. Okay.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. Space is nothing. We are objects inside of nothing. Like the moon is an object inside of nothing. The earth is an object inside of nothing, as is the sun.
That's like saying your body parts inside of you are inside of nothing, not a shell, not nothing.
Well, let me
inside of my skin, OG.
I know, but it still would be the same thing as space, because everything is inside of it.
All right. Let me try to back up and get this. Make sure we understand this. When y'all are saying that space is nothing, I assume that y'all are referring to the dark matter, basically the stuff that's between everything, right?
Yes, that's what space is.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but is it accurate to say that is
dark matter isn't space because it's matter?
Okay, so then why? So wait, hold on. So why are we calling it nothing? Just because it's hard to measure and we can't put our exact finger on it, but we know that it exists. There's effects on it, like gravity. Like okay, if it was truly nothing, then gravity would have no effect on it. Then the objects in space
gravity
would
don't
be.
Have a
well, okay. Well, hold on. Let me say it like this. Okay. The objects, the celestial bodies, the planets that are going around the sun, and the sun, even though the sun, the universe is expanding. So essentially, like the stars are essentially moving through space as well, with objects orbiting around them. In order for all of that to happen, it's almost like to say that there's nothing in between it. This is where it gets confusing and just gets kind of. To say that there's nothing in between it, but we can measure the gravitational effect on stuff happening in between the nothing. It's like it has to be something. You gotta acknowledge that the something is there. That's why they're calling it dark matter, because
no, Bernard, dark matter is matter that doesn't have a sun near it, where there's no light to actually see the matter. So let's just say if Earth didn't have a sun, we would just be floating and we wouldn't be able to see it in a telescope because it's dark.
That's true.
That's what dark matter is, but it's actual matter. It's not space.
But why? Well, hold on. Then thank you. You just made my point better. So why are we calling it nothing if it's actual matter that?
No. Dark matter and space are two different things.
Hey, buddy, feeling blue?
Dark matter is an object in space with no light on it. Okay, not every planet has a sun, Bernard. I
get that. I know. There's
rogue without a sun, then that would be considered dark matter.
Whoa. Right, well, how about this? What about a gravitational singularity?
Huh?
How about a gravitational singularity?
Is this the part where we just throw out big words to see if everybody else know what they mean too?
No.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not familiar with those type of anomalies, but because I haven't studied it. But I mean, if you want to talk about gravity itself, that's the particles being attracted to each other. Has nothing to do with space.
Right. But a gravitational singularity, Bernard, is just a fancy way of saying a black hole. So my and you just made the point, Grain Changer, about the gravity particles being attracted to each other. My thing is, where did it come from?
Well, that just may as well be God, but I'm saying that would be that. Listen, I'm not trying to disprove God, Courtney and Obsidian.
No,
I'm not.
No one is saying. I was cheering you. I was saying, hey, all right.
Yeah, No, but what I am trying to do is just to say that space is a bad example because space isn't something that can be created that way. It's not.
Well,
In
space
the sense
can't
that
be.
you're referring to.
Yeah, I think science is called space more like a vacuum,
It is a
where
vacuum. Well, vacuum is the absence of everything. Like you
okay,
don't create an
but it's a
absence. Things are
containment
created.
of
Well,
everything.
what I'm saying, Courtney, is things are created in a vacuum, not the vacuum itself. And I want to point out that in Genesis, God created the heaven and the earth. Now He created these things in the vacuum,
Right.
but it doesn't mention that He created the vacuum itself. It doesn't, you know.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If they go by
I
your
don't
logic,
I don't think Earthlings at that time had the understanding of the universe.
in the
that we
beginning
have
there
now
was
to even be
nothing.
able to
But
talk
they
about
were
it.
inspired by the creator of the universe, so they could have just been able. They could have worded that.
Yeah, but then nobody would have understood it.
It's a lot of stuff in the Bible that people don't understand.
I know.
That people get a rhema word today based off what they read. Like, hey, I didn't know that was in there, but they read it today and they
They
get
don't
their
understand.
interpretation. Yeah.
So you talking about something that's completely alien? A vacuum back in 2,000 years ago? A vacuum? What vacuum? They don't even know what the word vacuum. There was math. You know what? I guarantee you look up the ancient Aramaic and Hebrew. There is no word for vacuum.
Okay, so I mean,
alien concept.
Well,
with all the metaphorical language that they did that they put into the Bible. I mean, just let me look at Revelations. I mean, it's a way to put it. I mean, you're putting limitations on God if it was no way for Him to say it. In that so.
Well, Revelation was a dream.
What?
Okay, go ahead, game changer.
No, that's an Obsidian. Are you trying to say that God that the Bible, Quran, the Torah, etc., that all of the Abrahamic religions had to have been created by men because they don't have a concept of vacuum? Is that what you were getting at?
Well, what I'm saying is that if the argument is that there's no mention of the heaven and earth, there's no mention of the vacuum or the void, I guess you could say, in the Bible, I can go along with that. But what I would say in defense is that maybe those concepts were not known to, as Bernard put it, goat herders 2,000 years ago.
Well, then it would mean that the book is written by the goat herder, not it wasn't divine intervention in creating the book.
It could be divine. It could just be revealed in a way that goat herders would understand 2,000 years
If it were divine, wouldn't the divinity be explain the concept of voids?
Not to the ordinary layperson.
Okay.
Back then, they didn't even have an understanding about how to keep certain types of foods and stuff, whatnot.
Fair enough. Okay.
I mean, if we look at the human history, our understanding, we're talking about, the God particle and stuff like that right now. Our understanding of the universe is relatively recent. I'm talking about in terms of interstellar phenomena, celestial phenomena, like dark matter, like black holes, and things of that nature. We've only discovered Pluto less than a century ago, for example. We still have not, gone beyond our solar system in terms of, interstellar space flight and so forth. We have not ventured beyond our solar system yet. All of this has happened. NASA was founded in 1956, if my memory serves, and just before that there was Sputnik, so from the Russians. So all of this is a very recent phenomenon for human beings, and that's with all the computational power that we've had over the past 6 decades. So for us to put that on folks, as Bernard puts it, goat herders, some 2,000 or more years ago, I think that would be a pretty heavy lift. They could see the heaven and the earth. They couldn't see, the void. They couldn't see dark matter. They couldn't see black holes. They damn sure couldn't see Pluto.
Well, I'm gonna stay away from the religious conversation. I just want to chime in on the space portion. I just wanted to clear that part up.
Okay.
Well, thank you, name changer.
Yeah, no problem, OG.
Name
Now,
change.
let's talk about God to something a little closer to the Game Changers wheelhouse, and that's God in relationship to sex. Now, Bernard, do the atheists have anything to say about sex and God?
Why is that in my wheelhouse?
Well, because you talk a lot about sex. Well, nothing that there's nothing wrong with that. I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you asking me? I don't.
Well, the
I don't
atheists
even,
talk about altruism. They talk about terrorism. They talk about. They try to avoid talking about communism. Okay, that's fair. But do
So
they
are you
talk
saying
about?
they add ism on every word, old man?
It does sound like it, doesn't it?
There you go. It does sound like it.
It is interesting. I was just curious. I'm like, what do the atheists have to say about questions of sex?
that's kind of an odd question.
Well, no, it's not, because religion. We know that religion has a lot to say about it. Christianity has a lot to say about it. Islam has a lot to say about it, and so on.
You're starting. We talked about this earlier. You keep trying to you're trying to say that atheism is an ideology with a system of beliefs. So that's why you can that's why you kept bringing up communism, Stalin, Pol Pot, and all of that. It's there's no system of belief. It's just if you stop believing in the God that you were raised to believe in, and all the other gods, I never believed in those anyway. Oh shit, damn, I'm an atheist. That's pretty much how it happens. You don't. So
right, but
you can
are wired. We have to follow it up with okay. Now what?
I think a lot of them.
Okay.
A lot of them attached to some brand of secular humanism.
All right. Well, what humanists would in human history? What humanists up to present? What humanists would be able to address human problems?
What humanists throughout history would be able to
up to the present day?
I'm not well versed in the history of humanists throughout the world. I mean, I told humanists throughout history. I told you before that in that debate, I forgot who it was that debating when they kept trying to flex and say it was the Christians that abolished slavery. It was the Christians who did this. It was the Christians that did that. He basically pointed out anybody who was anybody in the West was a Christian. So yeah, the Christians did everything. So so you trying to dig up humanists who did such great things. Now there are websites where people talk about that. There are websites where they talk about how even the founding fathers were very deistic in their beliefs.
Right, deist, but not humanist.
Okay, but the deist just believes that a God, a being of some sort, created the universe. He basically just went and then just let it flow on autopilot and does not get involved or even give a shit in human affairs.
But
so
that falls on me and Courtney and Jay's side.
But no, not
more on the atheist side.
Really. Hold on. Wait, no. The deist is like the close cousin of atheism. It's like it's really in the middle of theism and atheism. The deist, because the deist is basically just the deist is somebody who just really just don't got the balls to say, I don't believe this bullshit. So they just hang on to just a belief in a God. And then when you drill them, and because I was considering myself a deist for a little bit. And then I was, somebody, and then well, nobody asked me. I started asking people these questions, but I thought my way through it myself. I was like, okay, I don't believe in the God of the Bible anymore, but I do believe that there's a God. Okay.
But we know in the Federalist.
Wait, hold on. I said I got to the point where I didn't believe in the God of the Bible anymore, but I still believed in a God. Then I was like, okay, who is this God? What is this God? And then I start saying, okay, I just believe that there's a God who created the universe, let it run on autopilot. That's not really involved or interacting with humans. And then I threw in a few more attributes, and I was like, shit. I just did the same thing I accused everybody else of doing. I just created a God in my own image of what I think a God should be. So I can't believe in that one anymore. So then I was just left with no God. And then I was like, holy shit, I think I might be an atheist, but even though I don't like the term, so I just looked at the difference between atheist and agnostic, and I could just like, shoot, I could just say, hey, I don't know. But the deist is not really that different. He's just somebody who just doesn't, either just doesn't want to say, I don't know and I don't believe, or I don't believe, therefore I don't know. So I'm technically an atheist agnostic. Like that's a term, an agnostic atheist.
Do you attribute feminine beauty to an accident of nature? The processes of ruthless evolution, or do you consider that there is a divine hand in feminine beauty there?
Sexual selection. Nobody wanted to reproduce with the cockeyed, 3 teeth, ugly, one-legged, itchy bitch. So
how we got
natural selection selected for beauty. Natural selection selected for beauty. Yes.
Hey, I want to say this. I really want to say this. Because I think this will make a point.
Selected for big breasts that were good for nursing babies, and wide hips, good for pushing out babies, and small waist, and even a little fatty meat in the ass that I forgot what they said, that was a survival advantage for. And that's why we get turned on. And, for game changer to bite it. But other than that, there's scientific reasons why we get turned on by what we get turned on by. I see people down in the back chat. I hate leaving people in the back, but I guess I keep it real. I do.
Can I get this in?
I do. I'm gonna let you ramble, OG. But people in the back, I don't want to. I don't. I was trying to get off the air, then Obsidian started asking me good questions, and I'm here 2 hours later. But I don't want to. Okay. All right, I'll let Era Black up just because.
See, this is proof that the Black Manosphere does more than talk about black women. We're talking about God.
Yeah, and we maintaining the same numbers. Even talking about this, I used to do this all the time when we used to do those long panels. We would start out talking about what we normally talk about, then after 2 hours or so, anything was on the table, and we used to have conversations like this all the time and still maintain the numbers. You just can't put it in the title that we talking about God, and because then ain't nobody gonna show up. We just gotta sneak it up. We gotta sneak up on them with it. That's what we gotta do, But
hey guys, what's going on? It's E Black.
Hey, hold on, E Black. Shout out to you, peace, E Black. But hold on, I was trying to pass it to OG. He finally got his dentures in. He ready to talk. Go ahead.
All right. So, what you mean? I got my goddamn dentures in. You sold. Speaking of talking about God today, you sold me for 1 piece of silver the other day. Goddamn it, we made it supposed to been 2 pieces, and you got rid of me for 1 piece. So you a Judas. You didn't keep your contract with me. Goddamn it. So since we're talking about God today, look, see, nobody really asked me what my belief is today. My belief that God is something that science have proven already. Just say God is energy, right? That transform into everything. That's why he could be everywhere, anywhere, at any given time. And that's including space, game changer. So if see, this is my concept of what God is with all the religions that I have practiced, because that's something is in everything. You can't have anything without energy. And the problem with science is it haven't caught up yet. And that's why it's always going to be a theory. That's due to the point of all the information I've gathered up to that point. They know it's not complete. That's why all science is theories. And that's why it's changing all the time. Even though they believe in one thing one day, then they get enough evidence the next day to change what they said previously. So
you said science haven't caught up yet. They haven't caught up with what?
They haven't caught up to have a mathematical form of who God is.
But caught up? Well, you saying they need to? Okay, when you say they haven't caught up with something, that's assuming that there's something out there that's proven, and they haven't caught up with this already proven thing.
No, I'm just saying going with science itself, the way science is done, the theory is always a theory in anything that they do. And it consistently stay as a theory until they get enough information to catch up to proving that is not absolute, to get to something else is not absolute. Just like you said earlier, if you put something under the microscope and you magnify it to this biggest particle, then you put it on another microscope and take that with a more powerful microscope, it becomes something else. That's what science is.
Oh, well, hold on. So what you just described right there is science taking the calculated incremental steps to get closer and closer to the truth, versus religion, who said back 3,000 years ago, this is the truth and it don't change.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, when science captured something, it gives it a mathematical formula. So it can be spoke in English or whatever language or whatever math. That don't make it an absolute, and in the damn show don't make it a truth. That's why it's a theory.
Okay. All right.
So I want to say this. There really isn't energy in space. So that doesn't really fall through. The reason why space is cold is because it's absent energy. Like, energy in space is simply called energy, not space. Just know that.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what the sun is. The sun would be considered a...
But there's more than one sun.
Yeah, exactly. That's what a sun is.
There's many suns.
Yeah, I know. Once again, that's what a sun is, not the singular sun.
But sun is produced in space by something, right? Something give it energy. So how can you quantify?
What I'm saying is the sun is called the sun, and space, absent the sun, is space. So energy, once again, is not space. It's, listen, never mind. My mistake.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Captain,
I like this
Captain Cisco in the building. He says, Bernard, do you believe aliens inhabit, I think he means other planets? I think the universe is vast enough that there's life somewhere else in the universe. I don't believe that they're flying saucers over us and abducting people and doing butt stuff or whatever they do when they experiment on people. I don't believe all that stuff. But I do I do believe the elements and chemicals and everything that life is made of. It's evidence that the elements on our periodic chart, the stuff that we're made of, the stuff that life at the cellular level is made of, that stuff, those same elements are present all throughout the universe. So I do think that under the right conditions, and we do know that it's billions and trillions and possibly zillions of planets and trillions of suns and billions of galaxies. So it's probable that it's bare minimum life at the simplest form, at the cellular level somewhere in the universe. But no, I don't believe aliens are running around zapping people. I mean, there's no evidence for that. But
what is the first element of life?
What
is the first element of life?
You said what
hydrogen,
is
of all life forms?
Yeah,
hydrogen, right? Or carbon?
Nope.
Carbon. Our we are carbon-based life. That is true.
Everything has a carbon count, and it's the first element.
I don't know what you mean by first element.
I'm sorry, did you say first element?
He said first element.
I said acidia.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I was just agreeing along with your old man. I know you weren't saying nothing, but you were thinking.
All right. I was reading Captain Cisco's question, and he said, in Obsidian, if you believe in aliens, believe in alien life, do you believe the Christian God created them?
Well, what it says in the Quran is that Allah is the Lord of all the worlds. So there you go.
All right. Sincere cracking up in the building. He says, question, how do you feel if think Bible man-made, not factual? Why? What the fuck? Did I read that wrong?
Yeah, I think he had to send that again because I tried to read it too and I couldn't make sense of it. I think he's probably writing from his phone.
Yeah. I think he's trying to say if you think the Bible is, if you think the Bible is man-made, then why is not man-made? Not why don't you think
he's a student of my class?
Okay, well, here's the question. Maybe this: why don't you think the Bible is factual?
I think we explained. I think I explained that.
Well,
I think
I call that gibberish.
I think it's
we
very
call that
sexual.
gibberish in my class.
I think it's very sexual.
He said
you said sexual.
No,
I said
factual.
factual.
Oh, it's also factual.
Dang.
And just for the record, shout out to Sincere cracking up. He okay, I must have y'all laughing real hard. I must have missed the joke, but moving forward, shout
You
out
ain't read this shit?
No, I didn't hear what Obsidian said. He said I think he said something about sexual. I was busy. I was trying to translate and transcribe the hieroglyphics on the screen, and but anyway, when he said someone's interpretation because of not actually being there during those. Okay, I'm done. It's funny because he super chatted me again and was adamant, like, "Hey, read my super chat." Like,
well, this is Ebonics on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how you super chat and then your super chat don't get read, and then you super chat again, like, "Hey man, read my shit," and then we read your shit, and that's what we see. Like, come on, give us something to work with. You should have spent the second super chat retyping that shit. Like, don't just.
Yeah.
I'm feeling real smart today.
Black man, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I am still cooking.
Oh,
look
okay.
Look at the black woman in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah. They like that.
All right. But thank
Yeah.
you, Bernard, for having me. Thank you,
Yeah.
OE Black, everybody on here. I appreciate it.
All
I
right.
love the combo.
Yep.
So thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
don't put that
Happy
chicken thigh- I mean, that chicken thigh on your leg.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And when we all get off of here, we gonna say, all right, I gotta go build Wakanda. Let's just make up some shit too. All
Okay. Look, Bernard,
Thank you.
Godspeed, Bernard. Godspeed.
All right.
Yeah, you too. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. All right, E-Black TV, man. Go ahead and save us, man. Well, I don't know.
Okay. You know, I love
Can it
this.
be?
This is why well, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to y'all.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving Day to you too.
But this is why I don't argue God with people. I've more or less, in terms of black people, and definitely in the black manosphere, I try to talk about faith, having faith, just having a higher belief in something that's more powerful than you. And that to me is more powerful than trying to figure out whether two rocks came together and they exploded and they created a donkey. It's like those concepts that, like Bernard said earlier, we're literally just getting in the last, or I'm sorry, Obsidian said that we're literally like 100 years into really what's going on this earth, or in period. We still haven't reached beyond Mars, I think. You know, that's I try to, you know, the way that I approach it is that if you really look at everything, God said that there was a word. What is the word? What are words? Words are vibrant actions from a body, right? They span across the universe. So when the person here is talking, or the person before was talking about whether the other aliens believe in a Christian God, it's not whether they believe technically in Jesus, it's whether they believe in the word. Whether their vibrations have transformed through celestial bodies and celestial matter and celestial things. And when you realize that, then you are able to have a calmness about your spirit. I see a lot of brothers not having a calmness about their spirit. And you can tell because they jump from one point to another and one thing to another. And I try to tell them, look, just believe, just have faith that there's a higher power and that your purpose here is for a reason.
What do they tell you in response? I'm just curious.
A lot of them just talk about the Crusades and Christianity, Crusades, and how many people died. And
what does the Crusades got to do with it?
It's just like I said. Like I said, I really want to be. You know, I try not to fight about God. I try to more or less talk about like how you can have a belief can forward your momentum as a man. You know, understanding like when I had my child, I remember looking at her and I realized finally what a lot of people were saying, that was like when you look at your child is how you should be looking at God. You should be the protector. You should be all that what God should be for her or him, that specific person. So that's why, you know, I don't try to argue with it. She's gonna ask me questions that, like I said, I can't explain. I can't give her every single thing at one time. There's just gonna be different waves and different feelings and different vibrations that I'm gonna be like, hey, this is what it is. But she's gonna have to have her own understanding. But she's also gonna be looking through me, and as I look through God, it's gonna transform through her. So, like I said, I don't get too caught up in the God talk because, like I said, I don't understand. I look, the more and more you go down the internet rabbit hole, you'll figure out Dead Scrolls, and you'll figure out, whether it was copied off Egyptian stuff. That stuff would drive you nuts. It would literally drive you nuts. But the more or less important part is how you develop as a human being, and whether I've rested in my faith. And I'm rested in my faith, so I'm able to continue on and create better people based on my faith.
Does that have anything to do with resting in your femininity?
Man, I thought hey,
faith.
I thought he was about to say rest in femininity.
Don't do me, Don't do me,
Oh, they got you. They got you.
Yeah,
I thought he was about to say that.
Y'all got that early eggnog. I can see, man.
Man, I haven't.
No, man, we don't drink on this side of town.
Oh, what?
No, never have and never will.
Oh, man.
OG, when you quit drinking?
I never have took a drink in my life.
Oh, come on.
No, I never took a drink in my life.
And then now he about to tell us he got some weird religious belief.
No.
Life begins every 5 minutes. So,
No, I know what I'm saying is. I seen results of drinking when I was like 7 years old. People shooting at each other while drinking. And I said, anything make a person do that, I'd never want to touch it. And I never touched a drink in my life.
Right on. Good stuff. I respect it. All right, we do got Sincere cracking up in the building, but so get ready. Hopefully you're listening. When I call on you, unmute so you can explain that super chat that you sent, and that's really what's going to take us home here today. But F Holiday in the building, he says, if I could, I think that's aligned with any definition of God within religion, introspective of my opinions in the chat. Shoot, I don't want to make that bigger because I'm gonna lose it. He says it's the concept of Allah Akbar. Okay. Allah Akbar.
Allah Akbar. Yeah.
No matter what we think with our mortal minds. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Dig Thug in the building. He says, if you don't, okay, I just got to risk losing it because I'm not trying to strain my extra day. All right, if you don't, what is that? Asymmetrical equilibrium in game theory and emergence of unitensional reciprocity, you can't argue with atheists. Yeah, that makes sense, man. That makes sense to everybody.
A dictionary in 3 weeks to understand all the big words he used.
Yeah, I read them. I don't know if I know what they mean, but anyway. All right. And I don't understand this. I actually do know what those words mean. I just don't see how they come together to form a point together. I don't understand. But thank you for the super chat, Dick. Do
like Dick Gregory, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all the greats, Baldwin, all of them read that right there. A little bit of
Captain Cisco. Hopefully, I answered your question when you asked me, do I believe in aliens? Yeah, I think there's life elsewhere in the universe. Yeah, but I don't believe in little green men, Martians, invading Earth and flying saucers and all of that stuff. Even though there are some interesting things going on where NASA has recently released, information that they've had for a while about. I want to be very specific here. Unidentified flying objects. That does not mean little green men. It means something was in the sky and we don't know what the hell it was. That's all it means. So you can't go from we don't know what it was to exactly that it was aliens from another galaxy somewhere. You can't. That's a leap you can't make. It's interesting, but it's just something in the sky. They don't know what it was. That's it.
You make a great point, Bernard, because the stealth, when they first invented the stealth bomber, it was so many years back when they was flying up in the sky, people thought they was something from space. So, you make a good point there.
Yeah. So yeah, listen, I The concept of aliens, like some of my favorite movies. The movie Contact is my all-time favorite movie because it's like kind of a mix of, faith in God, lack of faith in God, and aliens and everything all warped together. One of my favorite people, Neil deGrasse Tyson's mentor, Carl Sagan, wrote the book Contact, and then they made a movie about his book Contact right before he died. So, like, Carl Sagan, that book and that movie, yeah, they very, very, very fascinating and thought-provoking. So nobody be happier than me if it was hard evidence that there was life elsewhere in the universe. I'm hella interested in that. The whole concept of that is just fascinating. But right now it's no hard evidence. I'm holding out for hard evidence. Dang, see, you keep saying I miss your super chat, but I dug through. I couldn't find it. I'm gonna even go into the analytics to see if I can pull it up. We're about to pass it to who we got? Sincere Cracking Up. You sent a super chat that you were persistent about us reading. We read it. We didn't understand it. So go ahead and ask the question, and you got it.
Native
my happy holidays, brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Happy holidays.
I was only thing I was saying is like, I don't understand when, people in the church try to say the Bible is factual. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's an interpretation because, people haven't really been there when those events really happen. So that's where, Bernard, I get confused with the word. It's like, how can you say, these things that you're preaching is factual when it's all an interpretation? Like, a lot of people haven't really been there who's writing this word. So that's why I always feel like the Bible was just man-made and somebody just wrote these things down. You know what I'm saying, Bernard? That's what I was trying to really say when I wrote that super chat about, it being man-made. That's what I was saying that.
Gotcha. Very understand right now. I'm gonna let somebody else answer that question because I wouldn't word it exactly like you, but I do understand. I kind of agree with just the general sentiment that you're making. But so I'll let somebody else. So me of little faith, not the one who should answer that question. I'll let OG, E Black, or Obsidian answer that one.
I'll kind of throw my little 2 cents in there. Whether or not it's a factual document, you have to understand what has been brought to the forefront, which is a book of lineage between a group of people, right? The thing about it is when you look at history, all groups of people have exhibited the same process: faith and love, joy, betrayal, heartache, heartbreak. We all have the same principles. Have you ever heard of the principles of the 7 principles of Ma'at? That predates most of the Bible, right? So these principles that we live in as a human being are just generally passed down across generations of development of societies. So like I said before, I do not try to focus more or less on the nuts and bolts of the thing. I try to focus on whether I'm aligning myself with something that is attributing from a societal base to make me better as a human being.
All right.
I agree.
OG, you got something? Well, hold on, game changer. You said you didn't really care to do the religion stuff, but you can, GC, you can answer that if you want to. I know you said you didn't really care to do the religion, but if you want to, you can take a piece of that one. Yay, nay. All right, I think he's busy or punting on that. Yeah, he probably busy. Go ahead, OG. You can answer the question. Shout out to Fantastic. Yeah, it was some hate, as you say. Shout out to the hate god ninjas. Yeah, it was a little bit of that going on. But very
ninjas.
Yeah. It was a little bit of that.
Fantastic could think of something like that.
Yeah, like you always saying that you hate God, niggas. But yeah, no, it was a small bit of that going on, but nothing major. Very good productive conversation. But go ahead, OG. You can answer Sincere Cracking Up's question.
Okay, what was the question? I had to step away for a second. Just go ahead and give it to me quick.
Well, hold on. Wait, before you answer the question again, Dame C. Let's see. I did go into the analytics, and you did say something that mattered. I got it wrong. I said the Hadron Particle Collider, but you said it's the Higgs Boson particle. No, okay. You said it's called a few different things. You said it's called the Higgs boson. I think it's called the hadron particle collider because I know Richard Dawkins said it was a typo in his book where he was talking about, as he called it, the hadron particle collider, and the typo in there that this publisher sent it to him or whatever and said that it said hard on collider or something like that.
Hard on collider.
He tried to get her to just leave it there, but no, they
Yeah.
changed it. They
Hard on
changed it.
collider.
Yeah, but and Dane C also said, I missed, Dane, you sent 3 super chats. I missed all of them. Wasn't on purpose, but he says clearly there was some kind of metamorphosis and transformation, non-living carbon into living carbon, which led to the creation of life. Proof of God. Wait a minute. That doesn't show proof of God if you're talking about okay, all right. I don't feel like digging too deep into that, but the elements on the periodic chart, that's the stuff that life is made of. That's chemistry. So you're only talking about under the right circumstances, can it go from chemistry to biology if you mix the right elements, chemicals, particles in the right environment, and blah 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 blah. Can life at the cellular level, can amino acids come to be? They can create amino acids in the lab, and that's one of the foundations of life. So, but they can't exactly create life. So they don't know how to do it yet. So, but I don't think that part is a huge reach. Now, if all the evidence showed that human beings popped into existence as we are right now, that's evidence that it was very intentional and on purpose. But life starting at the cellular level, no, I don't think that proves the existence of a deity.
And a lot of religions usually talk about the creation of human consciousness. They start from the human consciousness. Like some people would say Adam and Eve is the beginning of a human consciousness rather than a human life.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of interpretations out there. But thank you, Dane C. Sorry I missed your super chat. Sorry everybody who super chats. I miss there's those few people in here. Somebody said water is wet. Shout out to you. God, who the hell was that? Without question. Shout out to I think I got them all. All right, we're gonna move forward. OG, you can answer.
Go ahead and give me the question.
Oh yeah, since they're cracking up, ask the question again.
Yeah.
My question is like, I never understand when people try to make the interpretation of the Bible like actual facts, like I see a lot of preachers do that. I don't understand how it's like people say it's factual when it's all an interpretation because they never been there at those events that really, transpired. That's in the Bible. That was my question.
You may be correct, because my understanding of all religious books is allegory stories in the first place. That things, events that may been by men in control, inspired by a good spiritual of God. So, when you go back further than the first Bible, because we know the first print press was not made till the 1500s, and nobody have really ever read the Dead Sea Scrolls due to the fact that there's some groups who are holding them. And so we don't know if it is to the content of it or not. You got the negative confessions in the pyramids. So yes. So when it breaks down and when you just look at it, it's still all based on belief.
I agree with that. So how can I ask this question? How come like some people in the church say it's factual? Like why do they use that like analogy? I never understood that, like since I've been going to church.
Well, that's what belief is, not having enough evidence to know it to be facts. So you only can go with what you, at that point, it's in your face. And it's like if it was a husband and wife and the wife believe her husband is not cheating on her, that's an actual fact for her. Until she get evidence, it's not.
It's not a fact.
I agree. That was the only reason why I wanted to come up and speak on that.
You saying that if she believe it, it's a fact for her.
It is a fact for her.
No,
it's not a true fact, but it is a fact for her.
It's either a fact or it's not a fact.
Well, I'm saying in her mind state. That's what I'm just saying. That
okay. But see, words have meaning. So why not just say she don't believe that he's cheating?
Well, for the same reason that a lot of people get on these sites and say that it's facts, but it's not actual facts. It's just something they believe in somebody else's thesis or theory.
So OG, I got a 15-incher. That's a fact for me, right?
Well, I wouldn't want to go below your waist, but if that's what you believe, even if you had a cat dick, it wouldn't make no difference to me.
What the hell is a cat? Okay. Okay, OG. I'm gonna live with my facts. Thanks.
And that's a fact.
Now that I just thought about it, I'm almost 40 years old, and I just realized for the first time, like we've all seen dogs junk, nuts and bolts and everything just dangling about when they walking around. I've never seen a cat's junk. Like that's weird, ain't it?
That's why I call it cat dick. I call a lot of men cat dick.
Yeah, I think that's how small it is.
Especially when they start talking about 15 and 20 inches. I say, okay, cat dick.
I
ain't seen it and I don't want to see it.
Has anybody ever seen a cat's dick?
Have you got to get you a Siamese cat?
Okay, let's go. We going to Google.
That's too much information.
All right, we got to Google.
Yeah, you gonna take it to Google.
Throw Google about to solve this one for us, and I'm sharing whatever come up.
No, look, I have Greece and Turkey. I need to get to.
This is really taking the goddamn a goalpost and moving it.
Hey, but no, seriously, I do got to get off. I got a turkey. I got to dig. Hey,
what happened?
Have a good evening. Have a good Thanksgiving.
I just saw something disturbing. I believe.
You seem like you seen God.
I may have. Or I saw a cat's dick. I mean, hold on. Y'all about to see it. Here we go.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Don't put it up. I'm gone.
That's what you was talking about, Game Changer?
Oh my goodness. As a matter of fact, hold on a second. Let me do this right here.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And so I'd like to thank everybody for being here.
Can your girl twerk on that?
It was a great show today. I appreciate everybody coming through. Everybody who liked, shared, subscribed, did anything to help participate in the show in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, we are out of here. Peace.
Thank you.